Last week or this week, the Supreme Court once again rejected the Bronson case, uh, which basically is a sign, a public sign to the world that the Supreme Court is no longer actually involved in the business of justice. Now, we know for a fact, or at least we're very confident, that several of the judges are being blackmailed. And what we are dealing with here is a complete hijacking of all government institutions in the West by a satanic cult. This is obvious to most of us by now. And what people need to realize is that going to them, going through their court systems and asking for justice would be like the sheep in a farm, saying, hey, we sheep just had a vote and we decided that we don't want to go to the slaughterhouse and we'd like you to remove the fences so that we can wander around freely, you know, and that's not going to happen unless the sheep. I'm sorry, but the fact is that criminals have hijacked the United States government, and it is obvious to anybody who is actually, even slightly paying attention to the news. The only people who are trying to keep the lid on all this are the ones who are involved in the cult that seized power in the West. And we know that these are Satanists. Now, I also heard a very interesting thing, or read an interesting thing from Archbishop Vigano, who's a genuine Christian and Catholic. Doesn't mean we agree on everything, but he said something very interesting about the fact that he claims that John Podesta wasn't involved in the removal of Pope Benedict, or Maledict, as I like to call him. Now, John Podesta is a son, or was a son, of Lawrence Rockefeller. I'm told by my military white hat sources that he was executed at Gitmo, and that they may have an actor playing his role now, but his son's still around. And so here we have an archbishop saying that a member of the Rockefeller family is controlling the papacy. This is very revealing. It shows that we really are dealing with a group of gangsters who have seized the very highest levels of power in the West. And they were hoping to turn the entire planet into a giant animal farm, but have failed. Now, we also know that the so-called Joe Biden is their puppet. Remember, if you look at the members of his government, they're all, the important ones are members of the Council on Foreign Relations, which is controlled by the Rockefellers. And his policies were laid out in their magazine. Now, this group, though, does not control the U.S. military, or most of it. And this was proven when the so-called Joe Biden went to the Ukraine last week, and they had to ask the Russians to please not attack while he was there. The commander-in-chief of the United States Armed Forces would not have had to make such a request. He would have merely informed the Russians that their leader was going to Kiev and that the U.S. Air Force would be protecting him. So he does not have military protection. But we still want to know why the military aren't moving in more and just, putting an end to the show. It's not that difficult. In a military terms, it just means going to the headquarters of the places like BlackRock and Vanguard and State Street and Banking and the Rockefeller Foundation, and just taking over. It could be done with 5,000 troops. And then, restoring real democracy with real freedom of press, and get real people elected who would then take over control of the, creation and distribution of money. That's what needs to be done. And that's what we're going to have to do. Now, the reason that Donald Trump, was forced to leave office in January 2020 and then go into hiding and then be replaced by a controlled opposition actor. We all, the Trump we've been seeing since January 2020 through his words and actions has proven is also visibly different. Go back to, and you can see, if you compare the videos from before 2020 to after, you can see it's a different individual. In any case, and we have in Canada as well, we have a proven criminal, Justin Trudeau, who is trying to block the fact that he profited enormously from, and he personally profited from this, and he's trying to get the members of Parliament to swear the secrecy oath before they look at the contracts the government made with places like Pfizer. Well, no, this is a crime, and the only reason they wanted secrecy is to hide their criminal activity. We need to remove these people. Now, the reason I went from being a Forbes mainstream journalist, saying we must do what the United States says, to someone who's trying to overthrow the people who own the United States, is because I saw democracy being hijacked in the year 2000 election, and I started warning about things like 911, and they fired everybody, who was a real journalist from the corporate media, and only got propagandists. Now, it's not just me, it's you, okay? They personally, these criminals are being kicked out of Africa and most of Asia and the Middle East, and they're being slowly but surely strangled through an economic blockade. They cannot get oil, they cannot get commodities unless they pay cash, and they're running out of cash. So we're close to the end game, but the Western people need to understand that they no longer have democracy, they no longer have rule of law, and they no longer have freedom of the press in the corporate media. They do have it on the internet, and I have here the thing given to me by the NSA, to show that they support freedom of press and that freedom of information, and we've got to thank them for allowing people like me to use the internet to tell the truth. But we need to go further now. It's time to end this show, and the sooner the better. I keep hearing, soon, maybe, watch for March, but, we're all running out of patience, and it's visibly falling apart. You have the situation now where people in Los Angeles are told not to leave bottles of water in their car because someone will break the windows. We have a complete collapse of law and order. We have an open border with military-age Chinese men crossing in huge numbers into the United States. In Europe, they have already, actually reached a deal with Russia. That's proven by the fact that they, started buying Russian gas. They ignored the boycott because they really announced that they were going to cut off all relations with external financial institutions on September 30th. Okay. Now, for people who don't know, the Vatican Bank, if you're one of the so-called leaders who appears at the UN, when you're elected or selected, a man from the bank comes with a little bank book and says, here is money for you. And if it's a big country, it's $1 billion. If it's a small country, it's a lot less. And say, welcome to the rich people's club, and you've got to obey us or else we'll kill you. And the fact that this has been taken away from people like the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, because that's who's been using that since the 19th century. That is huge. And then there are other things that are happening also with October 1st. As you know, the Russians have cut off gas to Europe, and that means that everything's going to shut down. The American government is not able to buy oil from the rest of the world. That's why you've used your strategic petroleum reserve, and it's down to 1984 levels. And the reason is they can't buy oil. They can't just print dollars and buy oil anymore. And that's happening at the same time. And now we have all these meetings. Right now, this week, we have the President of China, Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, Narendra Modi of India. They're all gathering in Kazakhstan for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization meeting. And all the non-Western countries want to join with these people, the BRICS, so Mexico, Iran, Indonesia, all these big countries that aren't part of the G7 are all saying, hey, let's join this club. And Pope Francis flew to Kazakhstan this week, but he's not being allowed to meet. He won't be able to meet Putin. He won't be able to meet Xi Jinping. He won't be able to meet the head of the Russian Orthodox Church. In other words, it's like he's going there on a begging mission and nobody's giving him the time of day. And getting back to the Queen, I mean, she was the head of the Committee of 300, which was, by many people's considerations, the secret government of the West. However, I would have to say she was the head of a major European royal faction. And these were the people who were behind the global warming scam.
The climate change scam, right?
Yeah, but you know what, though? I mean, what happened was the group that put Bush Jr. in power, the Nazi group, I call them, they want the so-called useless eaters in order to save the environment. And the group around the Queen, they said, no. What we can do is we can have a carbon tax and we'll pay all these third world countries money to grow their forests and we can preserve nature. So they lost in the year 2000 when, even though Al Gore won the election, they basically were, threatened and forced to withdraw. But since then, the entire Bush clan has been executed and the global warming faction, came back real strong. But now that
you're saying the whole Bush family or just Bush W?
And the whole family is what I heard. I mean, Barbara Bush, George Bush Sr. Remember, when George Bush Sr. died, he wasn't given a full presidential funeral.
I remember that he had a wrinkled flag on his casket, and that stood out to me because that's a big no-no.
Yeah. There were a lot of signs like that. So and Barbara Bush, who was the daughter of Aleister Crowley, the Satanist.
Right.
So all these people are gone. But and what MI6 says that and certainly Charles III, I guess he's now called, is not anywhere near as popular. He's not liked at all. And he is almost, I've heard this from a cousin of the Queen. I've heard this from MI6. And the reason the Egyptian billionaire's son, and she had she was pregnant with twins and she was going to convert to Islam. It was like a sort of thing. But I don't think Queen Elizabeth was involved. I think this was a Charles thing. But the point is that now that he's the public face, there's going to be an unprecedented attack on the monarchy. It's hard to do it when you have someone popular like the Queen. It's a lot easier when you have someone like Charles there.
What's your thoughts on there was a German, I believe, chancellor, I don't know what you would call him, but a politician that came out and said September 24th, everyone will remember where they were at and what they were doing. Do you have any insight on that? I'm trying to make out what he means by that. Is it going to be an economic collapse? Could it be a Trump arrest? Do you have any insight on what could happen in September? Because I think leading into the midterms, obviously, it's just an avalanche now of crap that's just going to be going wrong.
Yeah, I've heard all sorts of things. There was talk of some kind of huge earthquake in Japan. There's different dates, all in September. And the point is, they're all before September 30th. It's sort of like they're saying, hey, if you don't give us our money, we're gonna blow up your whatever. And it sounds like that, but I think that with the Queen gone, the public symbol now of Western power is the people around Joe Biden and Pope Francis. So if something happens, I would suspect it would be something to do with the Pope and with the so-called U.S. president. But I don't have any insight other than that. I hear several dates in September being bandied about by underground figures saying something's going to happen. But I think the rest of the world is going to hold steadfast and finally pull the plug on these people. I sure hope they do. And I hope they don't let them bluff their way. And they're not going to be able to start an all-out nuclear war. They've been trying that for decades. And it's just the military know that it's suicide and they're not going to do it. So I don't see that happening.
Well, like North Korea, I mean, he responded by saying any kind of nuclear threats will have an automatic response. And I'm wondering, and in certain Denver, New York, they're telling people to get their bug out bags for a nuclear threat. So I'm wondering, do you think that's something they could use going into midterms? I mean, they're going to need something, Benjamin.
Well,
I feel they're going to need something to
yeah,
lock
I mean,
everyone down, or
they're going to need some way to, if everything goes bankrupt and the government can't pay its bills, they're going to need some sort of excuse to have a military government. And you have, for example, Germany has announced the creation of a new military unit to deal with civil unrest that will start work on October 1st. So that's another sign for that date.
Where is it, in Germany?
In Germany. So they're expecting riots. That we're hearing that from the British government. And what they don't understand is if they're cut off from their gas and their oil, that's not just going to be a problem about people having to wear sweaters in the house. This is going to shut down industry. The British lobby group is saying 60% of factories will have to shut down, 80% of bars and restaurants will have to shut down. And that's going to happen all over Europe and probably in the United States too. Once they run out of the petroleum reserve, that's it.
The railroad and the UPS are going on strike. I think the railroad's going on strike on Friday.
Yeah. Well,
that seems like the beginning for me. I mean, this sounds like here we are. We're in it now.
Yeah. I mean, look, you have public opinion show that only 7% of people trust the Congress and only 11% trust the corporate media. That's revolutionary. So these people are scared to death that they're going to be overthrown. They're going to try everything they can to prevent that from happening. But I really think that it's not going to be possible this time. There's going to be, if it's done well, if the White Hats take control, there will be an orderly transition and there'll be Nuremberg-style war tribunals. For example, it's now coming out. The British government has said, this is official British government, and that's just in the UK, and that's because the government there is being honest. The CDC, the FDA, they won't talk about it. They're trying to keep it secret. The European Parliament won't talk about it, but that is one of the worst war crimes in history. The secret space program people are what we don't know yet. That's a wild card. Remember that on November 10th, just before 9/11, Donald Rumsfeld appeared on TV and said $2.3 trillion are missing from the Defense Department budget. That's like somebody's earning $70,000 a year saying that $230,000 disappeared. That's the equivalent. So that money went to the secret space program. And I've heard they have anti-gravity craft. They have all sorts of stuff. And so what these people are going to do is the big question mark. So a good guess is a space event. But getting back to the Ukraine, when I talk to actual Russians, right, they're telling me that the whole thing is kind of fake. So, for example, the media is reporting a huge Russian defeat in Kharkov, and the Russians are saying, no, this was arranged to get more money. So the Russians pretended to withdraw to give the Ukrainians a victory so that they could go with their begging hat and say, hey, look, we're almost winning, give us more money. So they're saying they're both in on it, and it's kind of a fake scam to get money at this point. I don't know, but it's certainly not what it seems to be, and there's plenty of evidence that's a lot of green screen, and they're using old Hollywood footage. So that whole thing is some kind of fake incident. And
they're using the media, which is really public enemy number one. The media is what's being used and always has been used. You may differ with me. I think the moon landing was fake. That's just my opinion. I think it was bullshit. But I mean, they've been using Hollywood forever. I mean, the mainstream media is the number one war tool, right?
Yeah, and the problem is the computer graphics has gotten so good is that you really don't know what you're seeing on the screen, if it's real or not. And they're putting out so much fake stuff. It's like smoke and BS coming out everywhere. But I know that something fundamental has changed. Here in Japan, for example, there's been a huge crackdown on the Unification Church, the Moonies or whatever. And it was long known by people who actually get real information that they control the government here. And they were set up by Japanese intelligence together with the Nazis after World War II, because they were saying, well, we're still going to fight this war. And they kept their submarines intact, and they were running the world drug business to refinance their takeover. And the Nazis did take over the U.S. after 9/11. The Patriot Act is identical to the Nazi Constitution, and so you have a Nazi government in the U.S. since then. I don't know now, but probably still. Now, the other big question mark, of course, is what's going to happen to the Rockefeller family. They try to hide, but the fact is that Hillary Clinton is a Rockefeller, Bill Clinton is a Rockefeller, Mark Zuckerberg is a Rockefeller, John Podesta is a Rockefeller, et cetera, et cetera. They're Jen Psaki, they're all, and they own the Fortune 500 companies. So what's going to happen to these people? Are they going to lose control of the Fortune 500 companies? That's the big question mark I want to see answered, because they're the people who own the U.S. branch of the Federal Reserve Board. And their fate is, they're the people who control the fake Biden administration. So we don't want to know what's going to happen to them. That's a big question.
I've heard rumors and whispers that Biden passed away a few weeks ago to a couple months ago. Is there any truth in that? Have you heard anything about that?
Look, I've heard he passed away years ago, and the fact that there's plenty of videos showing there's like some guy wearing a rubber mask. And remember, there was a press conference with the British Prime Minister where with Boris Johnson, where Biden was saying, "Yeah, I used to act in this movie and that movie," and they said, "Oh, well, stop the press conference."
Yeah, I remember that.
So they've got actors playing the part. He's just a front man for the Rockefellers, and you can tell that because before he became president, the Rockefeller family news outlet, the magazine Foreign Affairs, outlined exactly what Biden was going to do. It's there, and the first thing they did was when he got in power is he cut off the Keystone Pipeline, which is Canadian oil going to America, and they're saying no, we don't want that because it wasn't controlled by the Rockefeller oil interests. It was nothing to do with U.S. security. I mean, come on, it's definitely a no-brainer to get oil from Canada instead of from Saudi Arabia. You
Absolutely.
know what I mean?
Right, 100%.
So there's something. So I think the people who took over the Federal Reserve Board in 1914, 1913, they are fighting for their lives, and it's going to be. They're not going to go quietly into the night, and they're going to try to do all sorts of nastiness. But all these meetings happening in Kazakhstan, and then the Queen's funeral. You see, the reason why I think it was planned long in advance is because every power broker on earth is going to descend on England. I think around September 19th or something. That's for some kind of big powwow. And then you have the UN General Assembly. So, I suspect that we're going to see something, maybe the biggest thing since the end of World War II. I don't usually like to give dates because then the date comes and goes and nothing happens. But certainly we're going to see bigger than usual October surprise this year. That much is for sure.
Something's looming, no doubt about it. Do you think, as we approach these midterms and the railroad strike, the UPS going on strike, I've heard that there are illegals coming through the southern border that are not only military age, but military trained. And this is what I'm getting from my buddies that are on the Border Patrol telling me, Dave, that not only are these guys military age, they're military trained. And I've had friends at gun shows who are avid hunters and fishermen and this and that they're saying that the FBI and ATF went there and told everybody, hey, these guys are coming in and they're buying up all the arms. Don't sell it to them. But it's too late. They're coming in, buying up all the high-powered magazines. I think, and this is just speculating, I think there's going to be some kind of chaotic event, just like the BLM riots and this and that. And I think they're going to use the people south of the border.
I have also heard, I also have sources in Arizona who are, very well connected, who are saying that there's actually lots of military age Chinese pretending to be Mexicans, and also a lot of Russians coming in. Yes. So something is going to happen. And I think that the White Hats are also going to make a move. They want to set up a new capital in Idaho. I've been keep hearing from them. They're holed up in Mount Cheyenne. So,
okay, let's talk about that for a second, because that's what I've heard. I heard Trump shut down Mount Cheyenne, or not shut it down, locked it up with Mount Cheyenne with I guess the Q clearance personnel in there, and that they are really, that's who is in control right now, and the Democrats will actually be the ones to call in the military and then the switch happens. Have you heard anything about that? Am I making any sense?
Yeah, I've heard something about that. And, the question mark about Donald Trump and what Trump supporters need to understand is there is a Trump lookalike. It's the guy with the white around the eyes and the loose jowls who's going out and saying that and all sorts of stuff to make Trump look deranged.
Is he working for the Black Hats? That Trump?
Yeah, that one is working for the Black Hats. There's no doubt about it.
So you're saying we have two Trumps?
Yeah, the real Trump, he's always the fake one. When he was president, the fake one was never seen with Melania. The real one was with Melania. You can look at the pictures of when he was president with him with Melania and when he's alone, and you can see they're different people. It's pretty obvious.
And I'm really confused about that. Well, not really, because it makes sense now, because I see Trump pictures where he's lost a lot of weight and he looks really good. He's giving a thumbs up, and then I'll see a fat Trump out there golfing, and he looks pale and sickly. He looks old and really fat.
Yeah, that's the lookalike. And remember, it doesn't make sense. So it seems like
where's the real Trump right now? Is he at Mar-a-Lago?
I think he's in Mount Cheyenne with the secret space program people.
So they would arrest the fake Trump.
Yeah, well, they should, and people need to have disclosure.
I'm confused. Would the Black Hats arrest? I mean, because they're going to make it look with the FBI raid and all that. Are the Black Hats going to arrest the double Trump or the duplicate Trump, or will the White Hats arrest him? I'm not sure on that.
I think at the end of the day, it'll be the White Hats, or they might just make them fade into the background. But this whole FBI raid, it works actually in Trump's favor, the real Trump's favor, and it discredits the FBI. It was ordered by Joe Biden. And it's a complete politicization. Like the FBI works for the Vatican, which was controlled by whoever, a bunch of Kabbalists, according to the Italians, who use this fake Pope Francis. Yeah, well, there's different stories, but the big story that you usually hear is that all this misery and suffering that exists on the planet is a sign that the God or the Creator is evil, and we want to overthrow him and put in the righteous God, Lucifer, who's actually a good guy, that's the story. But if you look at what they're actually doing, it's not. They're not doing good. It's like when I went to meet them in Italy, they showed me this stained glass of a black sun, and it's like a black hole, and out of that comes light. So it's like their view is that for example, they blow up a cathedral, right? And then they get all this work building a new cathedral. So it's a good thing. That's kind of thinking these people have. And it's just
what's your thoughts about the Georgia Guidestones being blown up? I mean, was that Space Force, you think, that did that? What's your thoughts on that? I mean, that looked like a white hat move. I mean, they hit the Georgia Guidestones. I mean, they knocked, I don't know, what are the things, weigh 19, 20 tons, and boom, they're gone. They disintegrate. I mean, and
I think it is a sign that some kind of major transition, and like I say, the timing of is clearly planned long in advance. So yeah, some kind of transition is being planned, and here in Japan too, I've been talking to underground people who used to work subcontract, and they're saying, yeah, there's been a change in management. Something's happening. So in Japan, they were planning a huge earthquake, bigger than Fukushima on the southern part. And that was canceled, they said. And the government is suddenly saying stuff that they weren't saying before. So yeah, something has happened, but we're not yet sure what. But
do you think that this is going to climax this year?
Well, the signs are stronger than I've seen any time since the Lehman shock, that something huge is going to happen. They may try to announce some kind of messiah type figure in an attempt to, take control of the world. They're going to try all sorts of things. I'm sure of it. But I don't know exactly what. All I know is that they have this payments deadline. They're making threats. They're doing everything they can to try to extend it. And the countries of the world are saying, no, we're sick and tired of you invading countries. We're not going to let you continue this show. And the fact that they won't meet the Pope, he goes to Kazakhstan, please, and they say, no, we don't want to talk to you. That's a sign.
So really, the country, I mean, the whole world's going to suffer for a time period for a while, but the country that's going to be ground zero is going to be America, right?
What's happened is since 1971, when they took the US dollar off the gold standard, uh, living standards for 90% of Americans have been dropping. It used to be a guy working at a GM factory could have a middle class house, a car, and a housewife who didn't have to go to work. And now, even if they're both working, they can't afford that. That's a sign of how much they've been. And the reason why is because these insiders create like $1 trillion out of nothing. And then they put it in there. And essentially, they're stealing $1 trillion from everybody else when they do that. And the big, this whole pandemic thing, we're now hearing they took $1 trillion and they put it into the World Bank and the IMF. They gave it to world leaders. They gave it to, politicians. And to carry out this whole pandemic thing, which is just money laundering, funny money, and that's blown up in their faces now.
So are you a big believer in the quantum financial system? A new currency or anything
Well,
like that? What do you see coming?
there is already some kind of quantum financial system. I know this because when I go to the convenience store, the 7-Eleven ATMs, I can use cards that I could never use before. It used to be if you had a foreign bank card, you'd have to go to a couple of Citibank locations. It's the only place you could do it. Now you can go any convenience store and use any bank thing from around the world. So something has been put into place. And the reason why the dollar is strong is because they're not allowing any new dollars to be created. So the people in the United States who control the United States part of the Federal Reserve Board, they're still able to make dollars and they can use them to pump up the stock market, to hand checks to people, but they can't use it to buy from other countries. There is kind of and now because they pump so much money without any reality backing it, that's why you're having hyperinflation. As even the official numbers show, inflation is at the highest rate since the 1970s. And if you look at the places like Real Stats that use ways to calculate inflation that they used to use, then it's the biggest inflation since the end of World War II. So
right. We're probably going to be seeing food shortages and things of that nature, especially with this railroad strike. And
yeah,
UPS. What's your thoughts on that? I mean, are food
I think
shortages going to be reality?
I think that's a politically motivated move to try to force regime change in the United States. I think these people it's not just a labor dispute. I think they're trying to help overthrow the current regime, and that's what they're doing. That's my best guess, but I don't have insight on that, inside information.
So you think that's more of a white hat move, manipulating it so that these guys get out of there?
Yeah, to try to force regime change.
And you don't see Biden finishing up 2024, do you?
No, and I don't even know if these midterm elections are going to take place or not because it's all rigged anyway at this point. So
yeah, I'm hearing that the midterms could be pushed or kick the can, could be kicked down the road, and then military gets involved somehow. Did you hear anything of this? Do you hear the same thing that I'm hearing?
I hear that, but we still see people like Mark Milley out there, and so I think the military is not. I think they're split. So the real danger is there might actually be a civil war. I could see. If there is a civil war, I think you would see troops from Texas and the Midwest going into California to take over that whole Google, Apple, Microsoft complex there around Silicon Valley. That's what I would do if I were a military guy. I'd say go in there and grab the Silicon Valley and take away their control of the internet and all the BS information. And then you need to send some troops into New York to take over all the corporate media companies. And then one more to Atlanta, Georgia, to take out the AT&T information complex around CNN. You go to those three places and you can liberate America. That's my belief.
Yeah, I agree with you. And as always, Benjamin, I appreciate you. And one last question. When you said the secret space force, have you heard anything about, Trump's or the secret space force? Is it equivalent to Trump's Space Force? Does it match up, or is so many things have been pushed into the secret space program that it's
I think they might use Trump, but it represents a consensus among the military industrial white hats. and Trump is the most popular person to lead them, but they have to, do something about all the that has to be dealt with.
So you're telling me that is actually a lookalike? It's his double.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Just take a look at the pictures with your own eyes, and you can see. There's
No, I mean,
white around the eyes and loose jowls. The other is a more orange hair and a tighter face.
Yes, I agree with you. I've seen the pictures and I've made the comparison myself. I just didn't understand why the White Hats would allow that. I guess because
Yeah, and I think maybe the reason why they removed Queen Elizabeth and put Charles in there is because they want a less popular figure to take the fall for the removal of the Committee of 300. We'll see. I know that the White Hats are in charge in the UK for sure, and that something is going to happen, and that the good guys are going to win at the end of all this. But there's going to be a lot of chaos. I recommend everybody just go out and buy some rice and beans. It's real cheap, and that can feed your family for a month just in case things, freeze up temporarily.
How long do you think it could freeze up for, Benjamin?
Oh, I would say max a month.
A month? Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Benjamin, thank you so much, and you're welcome anytime on the show. I really appreciate you coming on.
All right. Well, thanks for having me on.
God bless you. All right. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
With Ben Fulford. Benjamin, you're a hot guest on my show. A lot of people love you. I just want another update. You got you're kind of behind the scenes with certain things that are happening, and there's so much that's playing out right now with MAGA. You could say MAGA or Trump, the House Speaker by proxy. It seems like to me, MAGA is kind of taking control of the House. It seems like we're going to stop the bleeding a little bit. There's a lot of things happening, and then you got Biden meeting in Mexico with the Mexican president and Justin Trudeau for the North American deal. What's going on here? What kind of insight can you give us of what's going on here?
Okay, well, at the very highest level, we know that the David René de Rothschild, who, according to Wikipedia, is the head of the French and English branches of the Rothschild family that own the Fed, ultimately, has agreed to surrender. And the person they're surrendering to is a European royal. It's not one of the people you've ever heard of, okay? It's not like Prince Charles.
When you say surrender, you mean...
Control of, okay, there's something at the very top of the financial system. There's a person known as M1. And this is apparently mathematically necessary to have one person control the money spigot for the central banks.
Okay.
And that was given to the Rothschilds way back after the Battle of Waterloo. And now, after like 250 whatever years, it's been taken away from them. So this is at the very highest level, something fundamental has changed. Now, the Davos World Forum, World Economic Forum, and they're gathering this week, and Klaus Schwab is the head of the Swiss branch of the Rothschild family. His mother's a Rothschild. And I listened to his speech, and basically, they're a little bit like Marie Antoinette before the French Revolution, saying, let's let them eat cake. They're saying suddenly at Davos, oh, well, you should tax us more, right? The fact that they've stolen literally tens of trillions of dollars through central bank fraud is like, all right, well, we'll tax us more. That's a little bit too little too late. But so that's happening at a higher level. And that means that at a lower level, and that includes the House Speaker McCarthy, that things are also changing. Now, the biggest news today was that Jacinda Ardern, or Jack Ardern, the cross-dressing Prime Minister of New Zealand, just announced they're resigning. So that's good. And hopefully...
And when you say resigning, are they being taken down?
No, she made an announcement saying she's not running for election. She'll be quitting on February 7th. So it's an official announcement by her.
But I mean, is someone forcing her to step down, or is she just?
Yeah, that's the assumption, and the same thing. Now, the story I heard is that Joe Biden is also going to be removed.
Okay.
And the problem is that, you see, if you look at the person who's been acting, like if you go back to when Trump was in power, okay, if you look at the videos of the press conferences, There's somewhere a young, healthy-looking Trump is there with Melania beside him. And there's other with an older guy with loose jowls with white around his eyes.
Playing golf.
Yeah, who's never with Melania. Okay? The problem is that the person who's been acting Trump on everyone's TV set since January 2020 has been the guy with the white around his eyes and doing all sorts of stuff to alienate Trump supporters. Because,
so he's a deep state player, that guy?
Yeah, that guy, he works for the Rothschilds. He reads their script. So what they do is they take over the opposition figure and replace it with someone of their own, and they kind of, lead the opposition into a dead end. You know what I mean? They try to.
So what's the real Trump right now?
What I've heard, and my source is someone who is from the Secret States program. I visited his house. He has pictures of him shaking every president since the 1960s, and he's clearly a real deal guy. He says the real Trump is in the Mount Cheyenne military base in Colorado, and he has been there since January 2020 for security reasons. And if you remember, in January 2020, all the military members, ex-military who were in the Trump cabinet, they all quit. They all left. They moved out. And then the other thing you need to understand to figure out what's going on is that from the founding of the United States, okay, until 2020, the total amount of US dollars created was $4 trillion. In a few months after the so-called Biden took over, 16 more trillion were added. So that's 80% of all the money ever created since the United States was founded was just in the past couple of years. Jeez. And this is fraud because there's no real economic activity backing it up. And they were pumping it into, to their controlled people in like Apple and Tesla and, all those guys, Google. And it was a final attempt by the people who own the Fortune 500 companies to stay in power. And at the same time, and now it's blowing, and we're going to see that in many ways. So the story I heard in any case was that there is a lot of people who don't like Donald Trump in the military. And there was a lot of opposition, especially if it was going to be that fake Donald Trump. At the same time, everyone was sick and tired of this fake Joe Biden CG show and actors, and then Kamala, if Biden resigns, technically it would be Kamala Harris. But now I found out, okay, the way they're going to prevent Kamala Harris from becoming president is that her parents were both born outside of the United States. That makes her an anchor baby. And then according to the U.S. Constitution, she can't be president.
Right.
So that means that this Kevin McCarthy, who is a World Economic Forum puppet, but nonetheless, he has been forced to make a lot of concessions to patriots in order to get that position. So, for example, he's been forced to hold hearings about why the FBI was turned into a Gestapo to, suppress patriots.
But wait, maybe if they move him in as president, all that goes out the window. If he gets moved in as president, he owes nobody anything. I mean,
I think he'll just be an interim guy because he won't be the real power behind the scenes. So I don't think that's going to happen. I'm. So
what's Trump's move in all this? If he's in Cheyenne Mountain right now, like you say, what's his move? When's he going to surface? What's a plan of attack here? Okay, so McCarthy takes position. He's in there. What then? I mean, what kind of situation are we in then?
What I was told, and I'm not saying this. I was told by that source.
Okay, that, I understand.
They're going to have an election in March. Maybe I guess technically speaking, I don't think that there'll be enough time for that. But the idea is
an election with McCarthy and who?
McCarthy would say, "Okay, I'm just an interim guy. Our democracy got hijacked by a bunch of Satan worshiping gangsters. We're going to restore democracy and rule of law and freedom of the press. And I'm just the guy overseeing that process. There'll be new elections, and then Al Gore or the real Donald Trump, whoever can run, the people can choose." The way it's supposed to be.
But you're saying Trump would probably run? The real
That's
Trump.
what I heard. The real Trump would run, as I was told by that source.
So they're using these documents that they found in this guy's next to his Corvette. They're going to use that to get into oust him, aren't they?
Yeah, well, you see, the problem is that everybody in power in the West had got there because they had some kind of blackmail, okay?
Right.
You had to rape a little girl or do something on camera, or they wouldn't let you get the job, even as, he said, yeah, he's published what he says are court records from California. But payoff was made and the whole thing was silenced. But Gordon Duff of Veterans Today, and now he has a site called Intel Drop, has been putting out this material among others. And again, I believe that they really do have to do something like that, or they won't get up to that top position in this current corrupt system, which has been around apparently for thousands of years in the West, at least.
So they need something on you, and you're telling me that rumor has it's a rumor. We don't know for sure, right? We don't know. This is just what he's claiming.
But I have a different source that this guy who was in Antarctica. Okay, there was a meeting in Antarctica on November 8th, 2016. Where a decision was made to overturn the plot to have Hillary put in as president and have Trump put in. And at the time, the military promised that they would hide any blackmail evidence they had against Trump if he went along with them with the military white hats.
Okay.
That's a different source saying the same thing. But
right, so you're saying that Trump originally kind of was a bad guy, but they needed someone of the lesser of evils to do this military operation. So they picked Trump and said, look, we'll erase all that other stuff that's on you. You run, you work for us now.
That's right.
Trump's like, I'll do it, right?
That's the understanding. And he was glad to have the blackmail card taken away from him. And I've even personally confirmed.
So he has to cooperate basically with the military.
Yeah. But I've personally confirmed with Queen Elizabeth II that the Rothschilds had a video of her chopping off a child's head and eating its heart.
Hold on. Time out. Hold on. You confirmed with Queen. You talked to her.
Let me explain how this goes. I was approached by a bunch of Asian secret societies who control a lot of China and other parts of Asia. And I went with their information to the British Embassy in Tokyo and handed a letter to be sent by a diplomat to Queen Elizabeth saying, I wish to negotiate with the Committee of 300. And then I got letters back from Queen Elizabeth and we started communicating. Okay. And I wasn't put in touch with the head of MI6, which is not the guy you see in public. And we've been back and forth. But I've confirmed, because this CG is so advanced now, I require handwritten confirmation that someone really exists. And so we've had handwritten letters back and forth. And then we've established secure communication. So I was told, that they had this blackmail over her, and so if you look at the seismic charts, you can see there's a lot of these earthquakes are definitely not natural.
Or like acute, like boom, like.
So, for example, in Japan and the southern island of Kyushu, they had 6 huge earthquakes a few years ago, and each one, the epicenter was exactly over a military base, and they all had that signature. So this is a sort of sign you look for. But during the Cold War, they had huge drilling machines. They built giant networks because they were preparing to, move Dr. Strangelove, that movie, if you've seen it, and if you haven't, I recommend it very much. Was about how they're going to prepare to move the entire elite underground to survive a nuclear war between Russia and the United States. So they built this giant infrastructure of tunnels. I mean, it's hard to know how much is real, how much is not, but apparently it's a lot more than we've been led to believe.
So you think by March is when the shift is, we're going to really start seeing some major changes within our government? This could lead to tribunals?
Well, I'm hesitant to give a specific date because this happens and they come and go, but my overall understanding is that the balance of power has shifted decisively. You can see, but you have to look at things on the surface. So the resignation of the Prime Minister of New Zealand is a good sign. The selection of McCarthy is a good sign. We got to see more. We got to see the removal of Pope Francis because he's a fake. Wow. We got to look at the removal of Biden. We've got to see these visible signs. But certainly the Davos meeting has been very sparsely attended. And
I said there's a lot of people did not go.
yeah, and then
And is it because they're in fear of their lives, or they've been taken down?
I think they're in fear of their lives, and both, but mostly they're in fear of their lives because there was serious talk about hitting Davos with a neutron bomb.
Wow.
You know, so there's stuff going on, but we got to stay vigilant until it's on the surface. And the other thing I've heard is that the royal families of Europe have decided that they're going to throw the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds under the bus, and ultimately there's a lot of good royals who think of themselves as being the servants of the people, the bottom of the pyramid, and they have a lot of knowledge, and they can be very helpful. So I think that some sort of alliance between the what they call the white nobility as opposed to the black nobility and the Gnostic Illuminati is necessary in order to solve this problem that we're all facing, which was that government in the West was hijacked by a satanic cult. And more specifically, and this is very important, it's what's known traditionally as the Sabbatean Frankist Jews. Okay. I call them the Khazarian Mafia. They also are known as the Jewish sect Chabad. They actually believe that it was up to them to carry out the end times prophecies. You don't wait for God to do it. We do it. And they actually believed and enslaved the rest. And they say in their own teachings that each Jew will have 2,800 slaves. And so this sect needs to be removed. They're not Jewish. They're Satanists, and they are they are the source of the problem. There really was a group that was trying to start World War III. They're religious fanatics. You cannot argue with these people. They have to be removed.
Wow, there's a lot here in this small segment. I appreciate you coming on, Ben. I know you're busy.
All right, I'll conclude. Just say, believe it when you see it. We're not going to say, oh yeah, everything's going to be fine, pie in the sky. We want to see it here and now. We don't want to just.
But we have good indicators right now. But
there are lots of good indicators.
Okay, so the next thing we should see is Biden being removed. Yeah,
for so-called documents. And then Pope Francis. Those are the two things to watch for. And then Trudeau in Canada. Watch.
And Trudeau also?
Yeah, he's being blackmailed and he's destroyed Canada. So yeah, he has to go. And Freeland, his Nazi co-host or whatever you want to call it, the co-chancellor, she has to go.
Well, Ben, where can people find you?
BenjaminFulford.net. Your subscriptions support my activities and are most welcome.
Welcome back to the Mel K Show. I have one of my favorite guests and yours back with me today to give a little geopolitical update in planet chaos. Thank you for joining me, Benjamin Fulford.
Thanks for having me on, Mel K.
Always my pleasure. Well, let's get into it. Let's start with your piece this week. We had a lot, was chock full of stuff. One thing I did want to mention, because I didn't really see it in the papers anywhere, and you would think that since he was running the money for the monarchy all these decades, people would have thought that was newsworthy, but apparently it was ignored. Do you know anything about that?
Oh, yeah, this is huge because it's the Rothschild, which means it's the French branch of the Rothschilds. And that means that they have lost control of Europe. I mean, the head of the Swiss branch was arrested in Antarctica. The Klaus Schwab.
Right, I remember a while ago talking about it.
Yeah. And now the French branch is down, and they traditionally had, the most powerful interests in Asia, in China and Japan. So that is huge. And it means that they have lost control of Europe. And this was confirmed after I wrote my report saying that the old agreement between Frederick the Great and the Russian Tsar to divide the Russian and German lines of interest along the Dnieper River, pardon me if I don't pronounce that right. Well, the official TASS news agency today was reported that the head of the Russian armed forces has ordered all his troops to withdraw to their side of the Dnieper River.
Right, I saw
so that means NATO is over and Germany is allied with Russia and China. That's huge.
Yeah. Well, you said it. And again, a lot of this isn't being reported, at least not in the United States. that nobody was really talking about, that this past week also, Germany met with Xi in China, apparently to discuss this. And I would think that would have big implications in the West. And it wasn't covered here. What happened when Germany went to China?
Well, I mean, just looking at the official Xinhua news agency, it's very clear that they talked about the need for a new security architecture. Okay, that's an official government news site. That means, again, they're leaving NATO and they're going to do something new with China and Russia. So that is historic. I mean, that's the biggest thing since World War II, really. And the fact that it's not being covered speaks a lot. So the way I look at it now is that we're really down to just the Rockefeller family and their allies in control of North America. That's the last sort of big stand. And the other thing that's really big is that, and this, I didn't see this in any of the Western propaganda news, but the Brazilian military has declared the election stolen. They've started arresting the Supreme Court and politicians and stuff, declared, official state of emergency, and they're pretending this didn't happen. But the Brazilian military, unlike the U.S. military, actually had the cojones to do something about a stolen election, and they've made their move, and that's not being reported. So really, basically, what's happening now is the United States is their last holdout, and I urge any member of the U.S. military who's watching this, listening to this, is that you go up your chain of command until you identify people who actually support this blatantly stolen election.
Right.
And then you have identified them as traitors. Because, for example, in Arizona, real polls show that the Democrats only got 14%, but they're saying 51%. So the fact that they're letting this happen means they've been compromised. Either they're being blackmailed or they're being bribed, or they're just so stupid that they shouldn't be in power anyway. So you need to start from the bottom up and purge the ranks. And you start with General Mark Milley, who's obviously compromised. But this is your chance to take back America. And today I'm wearing my Ottawa hometown T-shirt to say that Canada, too, has to be liberated. I know the government of Alberta and the opposition party are on board. But, for example, Premier Doug Ford of Ontario, people forget who was going against the agenda, and then suddenly his brother appears out of nowhere, and it becomes a total. And I know that the original Justin Castro is long gone, but the people using his avatar, they need to go. But it's just down now to Canada and the United States as far as planetary liberation is concerned.
Yeah, and it's shocking because another place where you are is Japan. Japan seemed to kind of shift also recently, and that's not being covered, though I see a little bit here and there. What is happening in Japan? It seems that something's changed, and the government there is kind of undercover. You don't even know who's running Japan if you're not there.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's basically the imperial family, but the Japanese, they never like to directly oppose you. They always say yes, yes, and then do the opposite. So for example, they're saying, "Oh yeah, we'll boycott Russia, and so we'll ban Putin's daughter from visiting Japan." But then they go ahead and make a new oil deal with Russia. So
I know Japan was the most confusing since the Ukraine war started of all the nations.
But you see, Japan, they don't want this to be a one China show, right?
Right.
So they're they're kind of in a position to be a broker between the East and West, because they really are a hybrid at this point. And I think that's what's going on there. They're trying to reach a deal. And Japan had these huge naval exercises where you can see that the navies of all the really big naval powers, the United States, England, Indonesia, and then South Korea, India, Canada, Australia, all these people came to Japan and said, okay, so what's happening is that at this point, if you look at in terms of just military power, the China, Russia, Germany group control the Eurasian landmass. Right. And the I guess it's called the Anglo-Saxon group, the Anglo-Saxon Japanese group, they control the oceans. So I think that, and you know, underneath the surface, they're friendly with the Eurasian people, and a deal is going to be reached. So something I think historical is coming.
Yeah. And there's some kind of you talk a little bit about Glencore. A lot of people don't know what that is, and also that other pipeline that kind of nobody talks about in the Eurasian mass that's happening. What is going on with Glencore? You see it once in a while pop up in the news and then it disappears. What's happening with that? Because it seems to be a big marker of some sort.
Yeah, I mean, Glencore Commodities is a Rothschild-owned corporation, and for about 30 years, you know, they've been staging this scam, right, where, you know, Iran's going to get nuclear weapons in a few months, so we have to attack Iran. And they raise up the tensions, and that causes the oil price to rise. And then they say, oh, no, I guess we can reach some sort of deal, and then it goes down again. And it's turned out that they've been bribing both Iranian and Israeli government officials to keep this charade going. For 30 years, they've been saying, you know, in a few months, Iran is going to get a nuclear weapon.
Right.
But that now, last week I saw an article on Bloomberg where they pleaded guilty to flying African leaders around, or flying cash around to bribe African leaders, and paying like a $1.5 billion fine, which is nothing, because, you know, Africa has been losing more than $100 billion a year, probably closer to $200 billion a year in resources that are taken out of there, and they're not paying the international market price. They're bribing a few government officials who put their money in Rothschild banks, and then all these minerals and oil and everything else is taken out of Africa without benefiting the African people. So, you know, just pleading guilty ain't going to cut it. That's not going on anymore. That's why a lot of African countries have invited Russian troops in to kick out these colonialists, these neo-colonialists. So, you know, the obvious example is when they called in the Russians to kick the French out of Mali so that they could, you know, run their own gold mines instead of having all the gold going to the French Rothschilds.
Right. We had that in South Africa too, with the diamonds down there. Same people, I think, right?
Yeah, and the diamond thing too, that's interesting. I don't see that, but, you know, right now, basically, a diamond, let's face it, it's carbon, okay? And it should be dirt cheap. And right now they've come up with technology to make diamonds that are identical to the mined diamonds for a fraction of the cost. And, you know, this De Beers diamond monopoly, it's got to come to an end. I think if, you know, they're kind of stupid to try to limit it to these little tiny stones on people's rings, you know, because, you know, the potential is huge. For example, maybe we could have diamond windows on cars or you know, all sorts of things if you unleash that technology. This is an example of how these short-sighted people have been holding humanity back just to keep a monopoly on profits for themselves.
Yeah. Speaking of that, go ahead. Yeah. I was going to say, speaking of that, we have this week, again, not much fanfare, COP27. We talked a year ago about COP26 and the natural asset class and how this Davos crew wanted to transfer, basically a wealth transfer, all of our money to them so that then they could then, we don't nothing be happy. They take care of everything, even though they're causing everything. But now we're at COP27. We've got John Kerry there. I guess Pelosi's flying there now. And they want reparations for climate justice or something. What is going on at COP27, and why are we still playing along with this idea that this Davos crew should have any authority or control over anything? And yet it keeps going every year. And now they're talking about a new 10 commandments of climate.
Yeah, no, here what happened was that this goes back to the year 2000, the election where Al Gore had stolen by the Bush, right? They're the people I call the Khazarian mafia, the Satan worshiping elites, right. And they're not Jewish. I don't want to make that up.
I know.
Anyway, they split into two factions. Okay, one faction with the so-called war on terror. They said that we need in order to save the environment, and I got involved in the fight against them because they actually invited me to join them, you know. And then the faction around Queen Elizabeth said, no, we can save the environment by putting a carbon tax and paying third world countries to grow forests. And then we can save the environment the other groups, they're sort of circling the wagons around the carbon idea. But the problem is, it's fiction. Okay, carbon doesn't cause global warming, and an agreement was reached at a higher level where, okay, so from now on, instead of carbon tax and all that kind of stuff, it's saying, all right, look, we did not create ourselves. Something else created us. So there's a creator. So the East and West have agreed that we will, respect the creator by respecting the creation. And so an agreement has been made. All right, we're going to increase the amount of life, more people, more plants, more animals, but you don't have to lie about carbon in order to do that. And the problem is that the group that was behind the carbon thing don't want to give up control to some new, entity that includes the rest of the world and not just the inbred elite in Switzerland.
Right.
And so they're kind of, this is their last little thing, but you can tell that the even the corporate media coverage is kind of low key compared to previous years.
Yeah,
so
I can barely find it.
Yeah, something fundamental has changed, and I think this will be unfolding over the coming months.
Yeah, I think for the first time too, I've seen a couple articles break through the censorship wall about CO2 and the truth about that's what plant life is based off of, and that the whole concept has been kind of like many other times in our lives. They needed a boogeyman, and they used the CO2, and it's just too many people are coming out and fighting back and saying this isn't true, this isn't real. They're basing all this off this, but again, they want another transfer of wealth, and you've been talking a lot about the actual wealth that is out there that is kind of a myth, and it's falling apart in real time.
Yeah, I mean, there are two things. There's reality, and then there's a digital representation of the reality. And what's happened is the people who control the digital representation, i.e. the numbers in bank computers,
right,
thought this was reality, and they could control reality by controlling the digits. But and so they wanted to give everybody a number and a mark of the beast number and say, we'll control everything. We can see what everybody spends, whatever. But, the real world has rebelled against that, saying, no, we don't want these people to tell us what to eat or you know what I mean? Like all that kind of stuff. So and then they went off on a kind of giant hallucination with these derivatives and stuff. And I've seen numbers like outrageous numbers. Like the biggest one I saw was, I think, 46 zeros, which is like a decadecillion or something. Anyway, it's, you can take all the atoms in the universe and you won't get that number. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. But this was sent by the Vatican people, and it's just all these derivatives, even like, mainstream commentators are now saying it's like 2.5 quadrillion. Whatever, it's thousands or millions of times more than the real world, and this whole thing has got to be unplugged. And the problem is that the Western financial institutions, the central banks and stuff, they have been, dealing with the Asians, and the Asians agreed they gave them up to 1,000 times leverage. So they take for the big example was in the Lehman crisis in 2008. Remember, the Rockefellers and Rothschilds, they went over to the Asians and said, look, we're going to change our ways. We're going to have this black communist guy as president, and everything's going to be good now. So please give us some more gold. And they bought 700 tons of gold, and they used that to create 750,000 tons of worth of gold-backed bonds. And this Lord Blackheath brought this up in the British Parliament. It's not a secret. But anyway, that created $23 trillion, and that allowed the Obama show to go on. That money ran out in 2020 on January. $10 trillion, I think. I don't know the exact number, but it's something ridiculous where they bribed government officials. Oh, yeah. The situation in the Ukraine. I have intelligence from the Polish that it's basically game over in the Ukraine. We also have Vladimir Putin speaking on the record that Ukraine was an artificial construct. I think Ukraine is over. There's a German high brass there, and from what I know, Germany's going to take over the European part of Ukraine, and Russia's going to take over the Russian part of the Ukraine and along the Dnieper River as the new border, with the Russians taking Odessa. That's my understanding of the situation. And clearly, this Tucker move is meant to, prepare public opinion for normalizing relations with Russia and then having friendly relations with Russia, which is what should be the case. It's only these Khazarians who have an ancient grudge against the Russians because they were kicked out of Khazaria by them for good reason. And it's nothing to do with the rest of Europe or the rest of the world. And one of the chief architects of the war against Russia, Victoria Nuland, has had to flee the United States. She's hiding in Ukraine. Hopefully she'll be hunted down along with all her cohorts, Chrystia Freeland, all these people. And in Canada, of course, a massive petition, as the biggest ever, calling for removal of Justin Trudeau has been presented. And I say to the Canadian military, why is he still there in public? We know that the war is not over, but we're going to keep fighting until it is, and we will win. I guarantee you this, with the actual addresses of the facilities where this was taking place. I hope to see images of all these children being rescued on all the world screens for everyone to see. That did not happen. That's a sign that there's still some very evil people in charge. It's also quite possible that the information came out too late and these facilities have already been closed down and a cover-up is taking place. I don't know. But clearly, we have the former president of the Club of Rome. Oh, yeah. The situation in the Ukraine. I have intelligence from the Polish that it's basically game over in the Ukraine. We also have Vladimir Putin speaking on the record that Ukraine was an artificial construct. I think Ukraine is over. There's a German high brass there, and from what I know, Germany's going to take over the European part of Ukraine, and Russia's going to take over the Russian part of the Ukraine and along the Dnieper River as the new border, with the Russians taking Odessa. That's my understanding of the situation. And clearly, this Tucker move is meant to, prepare public opinion for normalizing relations with Russia and then having friendly relations with Russia, which is what should be the case. It's only these Khazarians who have an ancient grudge against the Russians because they were kicked out of Khazaria by them for good reason. And it's nothing to do with the rest of Europe or the rest of the world. And one of the chief architects of the war against Russia, Victoria Nuland, has had to flee the United States. She's hiding in Ukraine. Hopefully she'll be hunted down along with all her cohorts, Chrystia Freeland, all these people. And in Canada, of course, a massive petition, as the biggest ever, calling for removal of Justin Trudeau has been presented. And I say to the Canadian military, okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. Do you know if the DEW that is still being, do you know if the DEW is still being used by the Black Hats, has been found and disabled by White Hats? Some say it is a cloaked satellite that cannot be located for destruction by White Hats. And do the White Hats have a DEW?
They do have directed energy weapons. The White Hats do have them, but so do the Black Hats. Now, I know that previously a lot of these directed energy weapon weather attacks have been traced to what was the what's known as the Norwegian Antarctic base. So clearly we need some sort of White Hat military move against that base. And there are definitely some satellites that do this that were, the sort of part of the Star Wars Ronald Reagan stuff that need to be taken down. I know the Chinese and the Russians have anti-satellite capability, and I'd like to formally request that they locate and shoot down these satellites. But in any case, when we have an attack like the one in Mexico, and we traced it to Larry Fink of Vanguard, that is actionable intelligence. The cartels know this. The same with the admiral who directed the attack on Japan recently. We need to, one way to stop these attacks is to identify the people who ordered them and make them criminally responsible. You can't stop arrests and execution with a weather weapon. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Colonel Douglas McGregor says the American service people killed in Jordan might have been members of the California National Guard. Governor Newsom is not supposed to be sending military abroad. What do you make of this?
Look, as the Syrian Defense Ministry has pointed out, and as anybody who follows what's happening knows, Al Qaeda, ISIS, Daesh, whatever you want to call them, they're all controlled out of Switzerland by the Octagon Group. Their job is to steal oil or cause havoc in order to fool the Americans into coming into the region. They're not welcome there. The countries of Iraq and Syria have requested that the U.S. military leave, and that's exactly what they should do. And the Israelis people need to make a deal with their neighbors and have permanent peace. And the way to do that is to give the Judeans full voting rights and full human rights within the Israeli nation. That's my view. They are, after all, the descendants of the original inhabitants of the Jewish state, and they should be treated as honorary Jews. That's my own view. I don't think two-state solution, it's just a way of sopping off public opinion and playing for time. It's not going to be the answer. I think a unified Israel with full rights to the Judeans is the way forward on that, and that would end all the problems in the region. And then they could go ahead and rebuild their temples. That's what they want. Next question.
Hi, Ben. On the topic of illegals invading the southern border of the United States, why are they coming here? Why don't they go to China to live in all of the empty apartments?
Well, I guess because they have to get on an airplane or a boat to get to China. And clearly there is an organized campaign to pay these people to come to the United States to try to stay in power. The Democrats and the people who control them, it's been proven that they're paying for these people to come in, and the idea is they want to give them the vote and somehow use these illegals to suppress the American people. That's what's obviously happening. Now, my view is that any economic migrant who's got a job, who's helping, harvest crops or wash dishes or whatever, should be allowed to stay. But anybody who is obviously just a welfare leech, military-age male, not working, they need to be deported. And if it's not happening, it's a sign that the battle for the United States is still raging. Next question.
Evan, we have our last question for today. Will the Evergrande real estate collapse affect the rest of the world? Any idea when housing market might go up or down?
I don't want to give a precise date or anything, but the important thing about housing is that people need to be able to afford housing with the wages they earn. And when the price of housing, for example, in parts of China, you'd have to spend 44 years spending your entire wage to buy a house. That's not affordable. And so it has to fall to the level where the average person can pay for the average house with an average income and still have plenty to spare to support their family. And that's how far it has to fall. And what that means for China, of course, is that the current financial system cannot continue as it is. They need to reboot the whole thing. Same with the United States. It's dysfunctional. It's no longer all it is a giant parasitical Babylonian debt slavery trap, and it needs to be completely rebooted. And I've repeatedly said a jubilee is necessary to kickstart a very prosperous new age. Now, I'll give an example. In Japan, before World War II ended, all the land was held by a few aristocrats, and all the farmers were their slaves, tenant farmers. The U.S. came in and they redistributed the farmland to the people who actually worked it. And the result was decades of double-digit growth in a country where everybody was middle class. And that's the sort of thing that a Jubilee will do. It'll make everybody much, much better off. And that's how we need to start. And unless you see that being proposed, you know that the system still isn't being fixed. So unfortunately, I think we're going to see systems collapse first before we can reboot the system, but I'm still hoping that an orderly transition can be made. But as things stand, it's all headed for chaos. Well, thanks for tuning in, and I hope to have better news next week. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on February 1st, 2024. We're recording this one day early, by the way, because of my webmaster's wedding, and I'd like to congratulate my webmaster, who prefers to remain anonymous, so that's all understandable. But anyway, congratulations, and I hope you start having lots of kids. So now, looking at the news now, what's really happening is we really are at an interregnum. We're at the end of one regime and the new regime has not started. Now, the signs that the old regime is ending are everywhere. So, for example, last week we saw a whole spectrum of people being fired across what's now known as the legacy media. We used to call it the mainstream media, but they're not mainstream anymore. They're kind of like these backwaters promoting lies that nobody believes anymore. They lost the integrity that they used to have and became propagandists for criminals, and that's why they have been abandoned by the masses. This is something that is going to continue. I recently went for the first time in a long time to the Foreign Correspondents Club of Japan. I didn't see any foreign correspondents there. It's become more like a Mitsubishi club, because they were refusing to have real press conferences. We had people like the governor of Fukushima province ready to appear and say that Fukushima was an attack by Israel, and they would not have such a press conference. So, they would only have, I don't know, some pop star or something like that. This is sort of typical of the entire former corporate mainstream media, now known as the legacy media, and good riddance, I can say. But that's just one of the many signs that something is over. I think that the big picture is that just like when the Soviet Union fell, people stopped believing in it. They didn't no longer think that there was going to be a world communist revolution. They didn't think their system was superior, and it all collapsed. And we're right at that moment now. The United States is being abandoned by everywhere on earth. It's understood to be an Israeli-run rogue nation that has been causing war and terror around the world. Nobody in the real world believes that Hamas is actually Israel's enemy, when we all know that Hamas and Israel are on the same team, and they're trying to clear out the Gaza Strip and carry out a genocide so they can steal property there and build a new canal. So they can't fool people anymore. This is the story that is playing out across so many dimensions. Now, the other thing that we know for sure is that they're not going to be able to start World War III. They've been talking about, bomb Iran, yeah, bomb Iran. And we still see these people like Lindsey Graham screaming like that hysterically, or Nikki Haley, but they don't control the U.S. military. That's a fact. Now, I saw that they created a new Lloyd Austin. The original Lloyd Austin was arrested because he was planting a giant false flag, according to my MI6 sources. As I've said many times, the financial system as it currently exists cannot continue. It's a mathematical impossibility. A lot of mainstream analysts and well-known pundits are saying exactly the same thing because they look at the same numbers. The huge rise in interest rates has mathematically, destroyed most of the major big banks, and they are bankrupt. Now, I know it hasn't been declared in public, but I saw this happen in Japan when the bubble burst. They were able to hide stuff and pretend everything was normal for many years, but in reality, the whole system was bust, and this is not going to be able to last much longer. What's happening now is that everything is in a holding pattern until after the Chinese New Year. So things will start picking up towards the end of February. By the way, Communist China too is bust. Their current system cannot continue. As I'll give you an example. Pre-sold houses, which is one of the main things of their economy, pre-sold apartments are down 74% year on year. 74% year on year drop. There's 20 million apartments that have been sold that nobody has, but haven't been built, and there's like $450 billion that's just vanished. This is not something you can get around with by printing more money or loosening bank rules or something like that. This is real estate. This is something that it's the real world where you have actual way too many apartments for the amount of Chinese, and yet the price is beyond the average person's ability to buy. You cannot fix it without rebooting system, without a jubilee, and that's what I hear is being planned. Now, the other thing that they're trying to pretend is not happening is the farmers' revolt right across Europe. This is not just France, it's Germany, it's Holland, it's Portugal, it's Spain, it's Italy, it's Romania, it's Poland. Germany, the whole place is in a state of revolt. And I know that the French government has been trying to print money and say, well, the farmers, hey, we'll give you some of our money. Well, they need to learn the story of King Midas. King Midas, as you recall, was a legendary king who was granted one wish, and the wish he made was that everything he touched turned into gold. All the food he touched turned to gold. He couldn't eat it. Now, if the French government thinks that their paper is worth more than the food produced by the farmers, they're kidding themselves. It's the food the farmers make that feeds you, not the paper or the numbers in the bank computers. And the farmers have the upper hand because what's basically been happening is the Khazarian mafia, you want to call them the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, whatever, the oligarchs who own the Fortune 500 companies, have been trying to stay in power and trying to stay solvent, in part by looting Europe, by forcing them to buy expensive gas from the US instead of cheap gas from Russia, by taxing them. And also, they've been trying, and this has been proven now, to engineer a starvation crisis. So they're trying to put the farmers out of business. And that's a no-no. That's food. That's people's actual survival at stake there. So this situation is just like the situation in France before the French Revolution. Everybody agrees that the current regime is evil and it has to go, and it will go. And it's true that there's no consensus about what to replace it, but there are a lot of things that a lot of people agree on. One is that we want to end Babylonian debt slavery. The other is that we need a jubilee, a complete reset. And we want return to real democracy or republicanism, real freedom of the press, and control of the central banks by the people's elected representatives, not by self-appointed, what you will call them, aristocrats or oligarchs or god kings, whatever. And the system has been, even now, mainstream people in the financial industry are agreeing that the current system, it's not trickle down, it's vacuum up. What happens is, as I've repeated before, but it's important, they create $1 trillion out of nothing. And then they hand it to their buddies in the high level, people like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos. And then they kind of use it to buy stuff and accumulate power and things. But that money is being stolen from everyone else. And what's happened is they've impoverished 90% of the population. They've driven the country to the brink. They overdid it. And that's been proven by the farmers, who are also in revolt in the United States, even though they're not talking about it as much. Now, speaking about the United States, I noticed they're suddenly trying to downplay this giant Texas border dispute with the governor, Greg Abbott. I think there is credible evidence that Abbott is a WEF puppet, World Economic Forum or KM puppet. But the fact is that they were hoping to start a civil war in the United States. They were going to get all these. Their plan was to get all these patriots to go to the border, to close the border, and then they were going to get all these immigrants and families to fight them, but nobody showed up for the anti-close the border faction. So the whole thing, the whole psyops, blew up in their faces because it got taken over by genuine patriots who really do want to return the United States to democracy or republicanism. And so this whole plan of theirs blew up in their faces, and I know that they're very scared. And the big question, of course, is Donald Trump. Are they going to wait until November to have another election show? I don't think so. I think this is something that's going to break long before that. Now, as I've repeated before, there are two Donald Trumps. They look different, they talk different, they say different things. If you have a chance to see a Donald Trump in a public situation, you got to ask a question. Ask him, will you press war crimes charges? Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. Can you please address the main issue that I have with the Q board? We have been informed that we are watching a movie and to, quote, sit back and enjoy the show. This concerns me as I read many differing and contradictory positions daily from multiple media outlets. One in particular, Q, the Storm Rider, assures us constantly that the white hats are in control and we have nothing to worry about, as Trump and military hats have the plan to save the world completely under their control. Accordingly, this means the person who portrays Biden is actually an actor taking orders from the white hats, not to mention all lawmakers, etc., are either under the submission or are in process of being detained on one of the hundreds of thousands of sealed indictments currently in the U.S. I was a former paralegal and have never seen more than around 1,200 sealed indictments nationwide prior to Trump. What concerns me is the conflicting message from those in the truth community. Are we or are we not watching a movie? If we are supposed to just sit back and enjoy the show, does this mean we take no action? My husband, who is in what I call Group B, aware but not really awake, refuses to not pay our property tax bill per your advice, and it is a bit frightening. We outright own our home and are scared to lose it to the state. Your thoughts on this would be most appreciated.
Everybody should not sit back and enjoy the show and eat their popcorn. That's what that's not what you do. Everybody needs to take whatever action you personally can. Now, in the case of your husband not wanting to pay too scared to not pay the real estate tax, I suggest that he or you study the law and see if there's a way you can legally challenge it in a court, because that might be a safer way for a lot of people who don't want to, take the more radical steps. But no, don't sit back and wait for them to deliver it. They haven't so far, and just take whatever personal action you can. But remember this, whatever is closest to you is most important. So, for example, something that's happening in your town or your neighborhood is more important than what's happening on the Texas-Mexican border or in Iran. So concentrate on things that affect your own daily life, and any small changes you can make them. But don't sit back and wait for some magic cue to save you. Because I know that these Q people, they have good ideas, but they're entirely stuck inside the United States worldview. And the United States is only 5% of the world's population. And the other 95% of the world is no longer going to just go along with whatever is decided inside the United States. So I support a lot of what the Q people are trying to do, but this is beyond the United States. And it's not something we're going to wait for a top-down, magic solution. So please do what you can, even if it's just going out and buying a few gold coins. Take some personal steps. Okay, next question, please.
Hi, Ben. The U.S. has income tax withholding for wage earners. Their employers deduct money from their paychecks and they file a tax return at the end of the year. Self-employed pay taxes on estimated income quarterly. How can these types of people avoid paying their taxes?
Well, what I'm personally doing is I'm going to, told the tax bureau that because the government was under the control of criminals, as I have proven, as the government's own statistics show, that paying the taxes to the current government is illegal because it goes against the anti-gangster laws here. You could do the same in the United States, saying, "Hey, it's against the the Patriot Act to finance terrorists, and right now the U.S. government is terrorist." So, for those of you who are afraid to take direct action, I suggest that you band together and hire lawyers and file lawsuits, and hit them that way if you don't want to. If you're too scared to take direct action. Next question.
Hi, Ben. With recent conflict, do you believe the USA will go to war with the Houthis?
No, I mean, they can't. They don't have the ability to really do anything. The U.S. Army is not capable of stopping what's going on, and they know it. And they know that it's not a fight that's theirs. They don't belong in the Middle East. What I've heard is that high-level, negotiations are taking place, and what will happen is Benjamin Netanyahu and his fellow war criminals will be arrested, and that's how they will stop the Houthi attacks. So until that time, there's nothing they can do about it, and therefore they don't have the right on their side. And remember, the U.S. used to be strong because they were the good guys, and once they become the good guys again, they'll get their strength back. Right now, supporting a genocidal, racist regime in Israel is not being one of the good guys. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. It was recently found out that the Filipino government had approved a budget of the peso equivalent of $35 billion to buy submarines. Do you believe the Philippines will try to go to war with China?
No, they won't, for various reasons. The main one is that China has been a superpower in East Asia for at least 2,000 years. And in all that time, except briefly under Kublai Khan, who's actually not a Chinese but a Mongol, they never tried to invade the Philippines or Malaysia or anywhere else. They just had friendly diplomatic relations. However, I think it's a win-win situation for the Filipinos to get ownership of some high-quality submarines, and for some, U.S. workers to get jobs building these submarines. So, go for it. But they're not going to fight China, and they don't need to. China would much prefer to reach a win-win solution. That's what they keep saying, and it's true. They show it through their actions. So, no. And they're not going to start a war with Taiwan either, or Japan. However, North Korea might move against the Japan handlers who are destroying Japan. That might happen, and that's because they control most of the Chinese underworld or the Japanese underworld and have extensive influence in the Japanese military. So something might happen there, but it won't be a war so much as a decapitation. Okay, well, that's all for this week, and I hope we'll have good news next week, but I expect we're going to see things in a kind of a holding pattern, as I say, until March. So I'll start looking into some deep background for various things so we can prepare for the big changes that are coming. Thanks for tuning in, and I hope to see you again next week. I got some information about what the BIS people, the current controllers of the world financial system, are doing. Now, the fact is that Asian royals have always been involved in the Federal Reserve Board in coordination with European royals. It's always been that way at the highest level. Now, what I'm hearing is that the Asians who control the US dollar outside of the United States, basically the euro dollar, have been systematically gathering up all the dollar bills that have been printed that are located outside of the United States, and they have been destroying them and have actually printed out a replacement currency. And according to this source, I'm just telling you what this source, who is a senior royal, told me, is that something will happen in March. And that fits in with the Fed unwinding all its support for banks also in March. So let's see if something happens in March. Now, the other indication that something is happening is that the Japanese 10,000 yen bill, which is the equivalent of a US $100 bill in terms of how it's used, is being replaced in July. That's in the newspaper. That's public announcement. So some kind of financial event is being planned. However, according to their version of what they want to do is they're going to cancel all debt on a country level. So, all debts held by governments will be, wiped off the slate. But they don't have such a plan for individuals or corporations. Instead, their plan is to pump out and hand out lots of money to lots of people. I don't know if I agree with this, but this is what they are doing. And these are the people who control the BIS and the whole Basel business. So if we want to have a real Jubilee, we're going to have to still fight, and force them to cancel private personal debt as well as a one-off thing. And that's not there yet, but this is what direct sources are telling me. Now, the other thing is, I've also been in communication with the Iranians. The British, wanted to reach some sort of peace with Iran over the shutting off of the Red Sea and stuff. But the Iranians do not want to talk to the British or the West until they prove with their actions on the ground that something has changed. So again, Netanyahu has to go. That's like a non-negotiable thing. And the Iranians also attacked Mossad headquarters in Iraq, I believe it is, in Erbil, and then also in Pakistan. Now, this is the terrorists, the ISIS, the Israeli Satanic Intelligence Service, and all these other Al-Qaeda. These are all Western fronts, and they attacked them because it's not actually an attack officially on a government. So it's not a reason for war. You see, they're very clever because they're pretending that the West pretends that ISIS is some kind of Islamic thing that has nothing to do with them, when in fact they call the shots. But if it's ISIS attacked, they can't say, hey, you're attacking the USA. So it was a very clever move, and the Pakistani terrorists too were hit, and the Pakistanis hit back. But again, it's not going to lead to World War III. Things are being calmed down. So that's an interesting development that I've kept my eyes on. Let me just quickly check my notes.
Hi, Ben. Is the attack on Yemen another attempt by the cabal to trigger a world war? All the media attention upon it seems to indicate it's so. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, they're trying. Well, there's two dimensions to it. One is they really do want to just ensure the free flow of shipping, but the other is there is a faction that basically they're saying, hey, if we're going to go bankrupt, we might as well start World War III, and they're trying, but they're not going to succeed. I mean, they even if they did, they would lose. So it is a provocation, and it's going to fail to start World War III. But the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has pointed out that they have no UN authorization or international authorization for these attacks, and you cannot talk about the Red Sea and freedom of navigation without ending what's happening in Gaza first. You cannot have a genocide and then condemn a reaction to the genocide without stopping the genocide. The fact is, genocide is being carried out right now in both the Ukraine and Gaza, and until this is stopped, these people need to be attacked. But we must not let them in a World War III, and that's the plan. So we will take limited action against them. That's what the world is doing, but they're not going to let them escalate things into, Armageddon, which is what these fanatics want. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. What are your thoughts on Congressman Mike Johnson? I recently read something about him trying to unblock Ukrainian aid.
Well, the man is a completely brainwashed Zionist Christian or a stooge of the Khazarian mafia. He actually thinks that we're in biblical end times and that we have to support Israel in order to bring on the Messiah and all this kind of wacko stuff. That man belongs in a lunatic asylum, not at the top of the U.S. government, and he needs to be removed because he's a brainwashed tool of the Khazarian mafia. He's a religious fanatic, and we need people who are reality-based in government. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I hope we'll have more good news next week.
Hi, Ben. Do you know if the DEW that is still being, I'm sorry, do you know if the DEW is still being used by the Black Hats, has been found and disabled by White Hats? Some say it is a cloaked satellite that cannot be located for destruction by White Hats. And do the White Hats have a DEW?
They do have directed energy weapons. The White Hats do have them, but so do the Black Hats. Now, I know that previously a lot of these directed energy weapon weather attacks have been traced to what was the what's known as the Norwegian Antarctic base. So clearly, we need some sort of White Hat military move against that base. And there are definitely some satellites that do this that were, the sort of part of the Star Wars Ronald Reagan stuff that need to be taken down. I know the Chinese and the Russians have anti-satellite capability, and I'd like to formally request that they locate and shoot down these satellites. But in any case, when we have an attack like the one in Mexico, and we traced it to Larry Fink of Vanguard, that is actionable intelligence. The cartels know this. The same with the admiral who directed the attack on Japan recently. We need to, one way to stop these attacks is to identify the people who ordered them and make them criminally responsible. You can't stop, arrest, and execution with a weather weapon. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Colonel Douglas McGregor says the American service people killed in Jordan might have been members of the California National Guard. Governor Newsom is not supposed to be sending military abroad. What do you make of this?
Look, as the Syrian Defense Ministry has pointed out, and as anybody who follows what's happening knows, Al Qaeda, ISIS, Daesh, whatever you want to call them, they're all controlled out of Switzerland by the Octagon Group. Their job is to steal oil or cause havoc in order to fool the Americans into coming into the region. They're not welcome there. The countries of Iraq and Syria have requested that the U.S. military leave, and that's exactly what they should do. And the Israelis people need to make a deal with their neighbors and have permanent peace. And the way to do that is to give the Judeans full voting rights and full human rights within the Israeli nation. That's my view. They are, after all, the descendants of the original inhabitants of the Jewish state, and they should be treated as honorary Jews. That's my own view. I don't think two-state solution is just a way of sopping off public opinion and playing for time. It's not going to be the answer. I think a unified Israel with full rights to the Judeans is the way forward on that, and that would end all the problems in the region. And then they could go ahead and rebuild their temples. That's what they want. Next question.
Hi, Ben. On the topic of illegals invading the southern border of the United States, why are they coming here? Why don't they go to China to live in all of the empty apartments?
Well, I guess because they have to get on an airplane or a boat to get to China. And clearly there is an organized campaign to pay these people to come to the United States to try to stay in power. The Democrats and the people who control them, it's been proven that they're paying for these people to come in, and the idea is they want to give them the vote and somehow use these illegals to suppress the American people. That's what's obviously happening. Now, my view is that any economic migrant who's got a job, who's helping, harvest crops or wash dishes or whatever, should be allowed to stay. But anybody who is obviously just a welfare leech, military-age male, not working, they need to be deported. And if it's not happening, it's a sign that the battle for the United States is still raging. Next question.
Evan, we have our last question for today. Will the Evergrande real estate collapse affect the rest of the world? Any idea when housing market might go up or down?
I don't want to give a precise date or anything, but the important thing about housing is that people need to be able to afford housing with the wages they earn. And when the price of housing, for example, in parts of China, you'd have to spend 44 years spending your entire wage to buy a house. That's not affordable. And so it has to fall to the level where the average person can pay for the average house with an average income and still have plenty to spare to support their family. And that's how far it has to fall. And what that means for China, of course, is that the current financial system cannot continue as it is. They need to reboot the whole thing. Same with the United States. It's dysfunctional. It's no longer, all it is a giant parasitical Babylonian debt slavery trap, and it needs to be completely rebooted. And I've repeatedly said A jubilee is necessary to kickstart a very prosperous new age. Now, I'll give an example. In Japan, before World War II ended, all the land was held by a few aristocrats, and all the farmers were their slaves, tenant farmers. The U.S. came in and they redistributed the farmland to the people who actually worked it. And the result was decades of double-digit growth in a country where everybody was middle class. And that's the sort of thing that a jubilee will do. It'll make everybody much, much better off. And that's how we need to start. And unless you see that being proposed, you know that the system still isn't being fixed. So unfortunately, I think we're going to see systems collapse first before we can reboot the system, but I'm still hoping that an orderly transition can be made. But as things stand, it's all headed for chaos. Well, thanks for tuning in, and I hope to have better news next week. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford. This week, I took a trip to a remote train station in Japan, and then from there, a 1-hour car drive to the mountains to meet the head of an ancient secret society known as the Yatagaras, or the Three-Legged Crow. It was very interesting to me indeed. Now, the Yatagaras refers to a three-legged crow that legend says guided the very first people to Japan in ancient times. And it is basically at the head of the Shinto religion. Now, the story I heard was really fascinating. The members of the Yatagaras claim that they are the descendants of one of the lost tribes of Israel known as the tribe of Ephraim. Forgive me if I pronounce that wrong. As well as some members of the priestly Levi tribe. And just like some rabbis can recite the list of their predecessors going all the way back to Moses, these people claim that they can recite a list of their ancestors going back over 100 generations to Joseph back in Egypt in those ancient days. And if you look at the earliest Japanese religious writings, they're almost identical to the first parts of the Old Testament of the Bible. And they're also sun worshippers, just like the Egyptians. And furthermore, when the Shinto people take out their shrines once a year, again, that is ancient Egyptian solar religion. So they have a legitimate claim to be the descendants of ancient Egyptian ruling lineages, or Jacob, as they claim. Now, these people, they don't have last names. They don't pay taxes. They're not in any government register. Apparently, although many of them are rich, they were the traditional ruling class. The imperial Japanese family are members. None of them have last names, by the way. As you hear about the Emperor Hirohito, but never his last name, because he doesn't have a last name. In any case, some of them are actually poor. I've even heard some of them have to engage in prostitution in order to make a living. But in any case, they are the secret power of Japan. And they had an interesting offer. Oh, one more thing I want to say to make me think this was a legitimate thing. The place I went had in it what they claimed was the original throne of the Ming emperors of China. It was huge, big enough to seat 3 large people, and it was made of solid gold. Two people, me and another person, tried to lift. We couldn't even budget like a fraction of a fraction. It just was so heavy, and it was very ornate. They wouldn't let me photograph it because they said the Chinese would then start asking for it. But these people are the real deal. In any case, the reason I was called was because they had an offer to make. They claim that the Japanese royal family has $5 trillion worth of gold in the vaults in Switzerland. Right now, the only person who's authorized to access it is the Empress Dowager Michiko. And she can only do it via the Red Cross. And at present, it can only be done to deal with, emergencies such as earthquakes and stuff. In other words, the sort of thing the Red Cross gets involved in. So the proposal they're making is that they use this $5 trillion worth of gold as backup to set up a future planning agency to take over some future plan, economic and social and environmental planning for the planet. And to do this, we need the cooperation of the Swiss and the families that own the private central banks, et cetera, et cetera. And so I have started the process of trying to get this negotiation forward. Now, the other thing I would point out is that they let me bring my mobile phone with me, which means that they were fully aware that the NSA was listening into our conversation. It means that they are willing to go public to a certain extent about their secret society. And I think it's very interesting. If they have a very legitimate sounding claim to being one of the 10 lost tribes of Israel. So this is quite historical, in my view. And I'm honored to have been allowed to, start discussing these people to the world at large. So that's the situation there. Now, again, with this gold business, they claim that all these stories about huge gold hoards in Indonesia and the Philippines, etc., are not true, but that their gold is real. They took it from the Tokugawa family, and it's in Switzerland. Now, another thing, these people tell me that everything we've been taught about the recent history of Japan is fiction. So, for example, they claim that the big battle of Sekigahara never took place, and that there was actually a battle called the Battle of Yamanaka, where Tokugawa Ieyasu body double to represent him when they took over Tokyo. Again, I don't know. I'm not an expert in Japanese history, but I just throw that out there, just for future scholarship to look into. In any case, I hope this will be the item that can break the current deadlock. Now, I'll get into more detail when I write my weekly report on this meeting, but now I want to talk about the world situation. Basically, I think it's time to step back because everything is in kind of a holding pattern right now, and we need to examine what each side holds. On the Western side, the families that control the Western central banks, what do they control? Well, they control the BIS, the UN, the World Bank, the IMF, the Fortune 500 companies, and they control a lot of the, traditional international institutions. However, now let's look at the other side, the people around the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Now, this is basically an alliance between what used to be the communist Soviet Union bloc and the non-aligned countries. So it includes China, Russia, India, basically about 82% of the world's population and 65% of the world's GDP. And they are not accepting any more fiat dollars created by the Khazarian mafia or the families that control the West. And this is resulting in the economic implosion we're witnessing in the United States and Europe now. Now, things are going to get worse over the next coming weeks. The Russians are waiting for the ground to harden in the Ukraine, and they're going to send in a 700,000-man army. And I've heard they're going to go all the way to Paris. They're not going to stop in the Ukraine, and they're going to go into Switzerland too. So I strongly recommend for the Rockefellers and Rothschilds holed up around Lake Geneva and hiding around New York, etc., that they start to seriously get off their high horse and negotiate while they still have anything to negotiate with, because time is running out. And one of the reasons why they hadn't tried to make Japan independent again was that, they had received threats that Tokyo would be destroyed, plunged into the ocean. If they tried that, they would blow up Mount Fuji. I explained to them that immediately after the Fukushima nuclear and tsunami terror attack, there were hundreds and hundreds of earthquakes reported around the island of La Palma in the Pacific Ocean, and that if that had continued, it would have led to a tsunami that would have destroyed the east coast of the United States. 100-meter, 100-yard or so tsunami would have wiped out, Florida, New York, etc. And so they backed off. And I explained to them that if these Satanists try to attack Japan again, there will be retaliation. We will destroy the area around Lake Geneva. We will destroy Jerusalem and one other place. We'll decide later. But the point is that they're not going to be able to terrorize their way out of the situation. This is something that has to be negotiated peacefully. If you shoot us, we'll shoot you. Okay, so it's a mutually assured destruction situation. So that's not on the negotiating table. So again, things are now stuck in a holding pattern, but there are high-level negotiations taking place under the surface. And if the Khazarian mafia do not surrender, then there will be military action. We will have to continue removing them from this planet. And there's nowhere either on or off the planet for them to hide. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers. Next question.
Hi, Benjamin. I was listening to your videos today. This is from the video last week. I was intrigued when you said the USD is backed by gold and assets, so it is valuable, but the KM dollars clearly not backed by gold and assets are worthless. This implies to me that all dollars created since 1971, when the US came off the gold standard, are worthless. Can you comment on this, please, and explain how the new KM dollars will be differentiated from pre-1971 dollars?
Okay, well, actually, what happened was that after 1971, with the Nixon shock, the nations of the world did accept U.S. dollars in exchange for oil, and that continued until 2008, when we had the Lehman shock. At that point, a decision was made by the Asians, and this is the group that, controls about 82% of the world's population and 65% of GDP, said we're no longer going to accept newly created dollars as payment for goods. And what happened was that the Rockefellers and Alan Greenspan panicked, and they offered to put a black communist by the name of Barack Obama as president and change their ways. In exchange, the Asians agreed to sell 700 tons of gold owned by Mr. Johannes Riady to the Rockefellers and their group. And this was leveraged 1,000 times to create $23 trillion. That money kept the U.S. Corporate government going until January 31st, 2020. At that point, they were no longer, it ran out, and they were not accepting new dollars as payment. And so they were given until mid.
In your opinion, what exactly is the KM's main source of income?
Their main source of income is money laundering through their privately owned central banks via the Fortune 500 corporations, but they also make huge amounts of money from the arms trade, the drug trade, human trafficking, and extortion from governments around the world. I would have to say that's what they make their money from. Next question.
Is there still a dark hat shadow government in Britain? And if so, how do we get rid of Rishi?
There is a dark hat shadow government. It's headed by Chief Cabinet Secretary Simon Case and some members of the Rothschild family. And basically, you need to arrest these individuals and cut off their communications. And then Rishi Sunak can either be removed or forced to follow new orders. But yeah, I mean, you can see from the actions that he's trying to raise taxes and lower expenditures so he can keep supporting his masters, who are not the British people. But again, go after Simon Case, arrest him and question him and find out his whole network and remove them from the British body politic. And then England shall be free again. I think it's a good time to summarize the current state of the ongoing battle for the planet Earth. Now, the two sides are basically the rules-based, so-called rules-based world order people, which is really a privately owned UN, BIS, World Bank, IMF, Fortune 500 companies, and it's the usual suspects, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, and those people who control this system. They control the sort of G7 and a few slave countries. They control mega corporations like Google, and Meta, which can censor online debate. They're very powerful. And who is fighting them? Well, it's the multipolar world people who say we don't want a single family-owned world Babylonian slave farm. We want it more like a village or a small family. And this group controls about 82% of the world's population. This is the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. It's like India, China, Russia, Brazil, basically Africa, basically everything except the G7. So 82% of the world's population and about 65% of world GDP on a real basis, i.e. purchasing power parity. And what's been going on in this battle is that the polycentric people, or the World Alliance, the Planetary Liberation Alliance, is cutting off the rules-based people, what I call the Khazarian Mafia. They've been refusing to accept their fiat money, their money created out of nothing, in exchange for real goods. And this has been slowly strangling the Khazarian Mafia rule. Now, they've tried this huge money laundering thing.
And then we have our first question here for today. It's amazing that you met the Yatakarasu. If the Yatakarasu are descendants of the Ephraim, one of the 10 lost tribes of Israel, does that mean they are different from the Sumerians, the ancestors of the Japanese that Ryu Ota describes? There is a legend that Japan will rebuild the world, but do the Yatakarasu have a prescription for that?
The Yatagaras have been very, they control Shinto. They've been kind of more of a religious thing than anything else. But it does look like they have made a move. They do have, we're verifying this still, but they do have $5 trillion worth of gold that they're willing to make available for a new type of economic management system, the sort that was pioneered by Nazi Germany, which, forget about the Holocaust and all that stuff. Just look at what they did before World War II. They built the autobahns, the highways. Everybody got a Volkswagen. Everybody got a paid vacation. They had incredibly fast economic growth that benefited all the people. This system was copied by Japan and Singapore and China, and that's why they have had such incredible economic success. In Japan, the Americans forced them to dismantle that system starting in the late 80s, which is why they've had stagnation ever since. But China still uses it, and they're still growing fast. And the point is that Yatagaras is saying we're willing to help the West revamp its system so that China does not outgrow them and make them irrelevant. The West needs to grow economically faster than China, or we will all become a Chinese servant. So the bottom line is that the Yatagaras have made a move, but it's still ongoing. We're still fact-checking. but it is historic, and the fact that they're willing to come out and tell the truth means that a lot of hidden history will come out. Hopefully, the Tibetan and North Korean aspect of this will come out too. But they've told me before that they separated from the people who control the Jews about 3,000 years ago. So we're talking about a 3,000-year. Obviously, the thing on people's mind is the military or police operation going on in the Ukraine. And I think we need to set the record straight here a little bit because there's so much propaganda and disinformation. The government of Kyrgyzstan said that 20,000 foreign fighters, many of them who couldn't speak the local languages, had tried to overthrow their government. And this was an area that was part of the original Khazarian Empire. So there was an attack by 20,000 mercenaries against a country that has a military alliance with Russia. It was part of the former Soviet Union, and they have a mutual protection agreement. So this was a counterattack against these mercenary armies who originated from the Ukraine, which is also part of the Khazarian original homeland. So, and the other thing people really need to understand is that the Ukraine never registered its borders with the UN, so it's not even registered as a country with the UN. It became a kind of underground or mafia black hole. It was a place where a lot of the world's money laundering and slave trading and bioweapons laboratories were being set up, and they were carrying out genocide. This is all, factually provable. So, the Russian move into the Ukraine was long overdue, and it is supported by the armed forces of the United States, this move, okay? Now, this is the other thing people need to wrap their heads around. This so-called President Biden does not control the United States armed forces. He is not the commander-in-chief. What he is an avatar speaking for a group of oligarchs led by the Rockefeller family who control the Fortune 500 companies and the stock market and all the corporate media propaganda. That's all they control. They don't control the army. And people need to understand that. That's why there's nobody's trying to stop Russia, and nobody can stop them. So this is an internal police matter, and the situation on the ground is that the Ukrainian armed forces have more or less surrendered, and what's happening is that mercenaries, Nazi armies, have taken the civilian populations of the major cities of the Ukraine hostage. They're using them as human shields. So it's going to be a while because the Russians do not want mass civilian casualties. So they're going to have to play a bit of a long game. They're going to be sending in special forces to kind of decapitate their leadership and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, the Chinese support this Russian move because they know that they are justified in doing that. And so does this, in fact, the whole world. If you look at it, Africa supports the move. The countries like Saudi Arabia and the Middle East, even Israel support this. The South America supports it. So basically, what we're seeing now is the complete isolation of the NATO countries. Now, NATO is the North Atlantic Terrorist Organization. They have no reason to exist anymore since the end of the Cold War. And the other thing people need to know is that they made a lot of fuss about Russia being cut out of the SWIFT system. The SWIFT system is a legacy system. It's based on Windows Vista, and it's used by the NATO criminals for money laundering. That's all it is. It's not the system that's now used for international trade. When you go to an ATM and take out money from anywhere on Earth, you're not using SWIFT. You're using the new quantum system. If you send money from a bank, you will not be using the Swiss alphabetical system. You'll be using numbers. So it's not something that they have any control over. And, you know, once these Nazis are removed from the Ukraine, this will probably be the end of the Biden regime because they will lose their ability to launder money. But I'm still hoping, I mean, the armed forces have not moved into New York. They have not moved into the Stock Exchange building or the Voice of America building or the headquarters of large media corporations because we are still waiting for financing for a new U.S. government. And that is in the works. But, you know, I'm not into this your check is in the mail type of reporting. I mean, I have been told that a Dragon family representative will be coming to provide financing to set up a new government with its probable headquarters in Idaho. But until that happens, we're going to have to keep fighting these people. And people who know in the intelligence community realize that the head of the snake is in Zug, Switzerland. It's a huge underground complex there and around Lake Geneva. These are the people who control the so-called UN. And the UN has completely dropped any pretense of neutrality by banning Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov from going to Geneva for negotiations. So the UN has come out of the closet as a privately owned corporation that's run by the Khazarian mafia. It's not a global thing for the world's people. Now, the other thing we need to be wary of is that they're trying to make everybody with this Ukrainian noise and things, but there is an ongoing attempt to create a large starvation crisis. They're going to try to use the loss of Ukrainian and Russian wheat and other foodstuffs as an excuse. They're paying huge amounts of money to farmers in Western countries to turn their crops into fuel. So they're trying again to create a starvation crisis. We need to remove these people from all positions of power, and it is happening. It's not happening soon enough. Now, the other thing I have to report is that a group of U.S. former military and I'll have some coffee. And a fake former CIA head, Mike Pompeo, went to Taiwan this week to beg for money to keep the fake Biden show going on. They were told no. I have heard from reliable Asian secret society sources that a deal has been reached. Taiwan will be rejoining mainland China peacefully. The agreement is that Taiwan will keep its democracy. They'll keep their own military. They'll keep their independence. But they'll be able to send people to Beijing to help run China as a whole. And China needs a very serious change in direction because their real estate based model is broken and they're going to reboot. But an agreement has been reached. And the U.S. 7th Fleet, the Navy people are on board with this. They accept this because they want to transition to a kind of a planetary protection force. So the U.S. Armed Forces want to become people who help protect the planet Earth and not be mercenaries for Khazarian oligarchs, helping them steal resources. So there's a fundamental change, and the U.S. military will continue to be funded even as the U.S. corporation is, Next question.
Hi, Ben. I really want to understand what's the scene with Russia. Is Russia also a part of the WEF agenda? Is this Ukrainian war a part of their Great Reset plan? I was hoping that Russia would liberate the EU from the deep state, but I have been hearing that Putin is part of the young global leaders of WEF. Is this true?
Okay. Vladimir Putin was a member of the World Economic Forum. He was chosen by Klaus Schwab as a leader, but we got to remember a few. I actually talked to real Russian intelligence, the actual real people. I've met them in person. I know they're the real deal, and so once again, I need to explain to people what is the story with Vladimir Putin. The person who told me that Vladimir Putin did not exist ran a large company that provides security for oligarchs in Russia. And when they told me that, I couldn't believe it. So I did a lot of research, and here's what I found out. Putin's wife, the original Putin's wife, who was fluent in German, wrote an article or told the German newspaper Bild, which is a very respected newspaper, and replaced with a lookalike, and that's why she divorced. Okay, and then there was one Putin at a press conference by an electromagnetic device. He disappeared for 2 weeks, and then a different faced one appeared. And then there was a shootout at KGB headquarters a few years ago, and Medvedev, the vice president, who's always making these satanic, the person who played the role of Putin, and this is someone who's like, he represents Russia on the world stage, so it's like an avatar for the Russian government, fell out of the control of the World Economic Forum and the Rothschild family. So the Putin you're seeing now is not a representative of the World Economic Forum, and he's not part of the Khazarian mafia. He is representing the Russian Orthodox Church and the Russian people, and not the satanic Khazarian mafia. But there is a white hat group that is trying to, establish a new age or a new system for running the planet that's different from the one that was set up after World War II, because that one is dysfunctional. They're unable to stop wars. They're not unable to stop, invasions to steal resources. Basically, they were seized by transnational criminals known as the Khazarian Mafia, and therefore there is a need to have some kind of new system for the planet. It's not a new world order, but a new age, something that would be benevolent and will lead to permanent world peace. But anyway, the point is, no, Putin is not part of it, and they're not playing some big game, and it's not like that. No, we really are fighting against a very evil group and succeeding in overthrowing them. And he's part of that. He's very important as a symbol of the Russian people. And remember, no Western military is trying to stop him. That's because they support what he's doing. Next question.
Ben, people are freaking out. There are videos everywhere about the coming cyber attack. Schwab keeps talking about Australia is going around removing all their ATM machines and banks are closing. If we have good guys working for us, what can they tell us about this? I am personally worried we will be sent back to the Stone Age.
There is a lot of talk that electromagnetic pollution is making us infertile. And so there is a serious discussions about reverting to only landlines. I'm not. I've just heard about this now. To this morning. It's still something I'm trying to figure out. But apparently, they're deciding that there's been too much Wi-Fi and electromagnetic pollution is actually damaging life. So something might happen, but we're not going to go back to the Stone Age. I guarantee you that. And people will still have their Netflix and all that kind of stuff. It's just that, some changes will need to be made in order to keep people safe and healthy. That's what I'm hearing. I'm going to find out more about this subject and get back to you with more detail.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question today. Doing what you do, it's to be expected that you have made some very powerful enemies. That being said, how do you stay protected? Do you have a security detail?
I have security in the sense that I live in a safe neighborhood. The local police are good people, and I avoid places that are dangerous. For example, I've not gone to the United States once since 9/11. I still don't feel safe going there. But there are, powerful people protecting me, and they're good people. And also, I have set up, sort of things that will happen if something happens to me that makes people think twice, before trying that. So, but basically, I try to be careful, and I try to, stick to my neighborhood and don't make it difficult for the people who are protecting me. by you know, moving erratically or going, you know. So yeah, I'm pretty well protected, but I'm obviously not going to give people the details. Next question.
I'm starting to think there are no good guys. Why are they not taking action against these evil people? I don't see any evidence of that. Are there signs the good guys are winning that we are missing?
Well, I think the biggest sign was all those world leaders gathering at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, publicly saying that they're going to change things. You have China, Russia, India, you know, Indonesia, all these countries taking action. So that's a big sign. Within the United States, the fact that there is a huge online community that is spreading truth and it's not being censored shows that there are people within the agencies like the NSA who are protecting freedom of speech. Next question.
We have our third question here. Why are you so closely tied to the UK royals? It seems you speak well of what seems to be obviously evil people. Another site portrays the British created Reuters news organization and Pilgrim Society in the US as both a tool of Great Britain to control and oppress the US population, government, patents, etc., reportedly run out of the Queen's Privy Council. What does your failure to address this mean? Does it confirm that you are controlled opposition? The monarchy can no longer meet their financial obligations, and neither can anyone else. Not the Larry Finks, not the Dragon families, not the Jesuits, not the Black Sun generals, no compromised governments, secret societies, pharmas, legacy media, etc.
You know, the enemy of my enemy is my friend is the type of thing. The reason that I, you know, have been close to the British royals is that they were the ones who were trying to stop we can do it by having a tax on carbon. I know this is scientific nonsense, but they were, you know, this huge global infrastructure project known as the Belt and Road. Having said that, there can be no doubt that there were British royals who were involved in the Fukushima attack against Japan on March 11th, 2011. And I've also confirmed from a cousin of the Queen, actually, including Queen Elizabeth, they were part of this cult. They were born into it. But you know, right now, the more important thing is saving 90% of humanity. And it seemed like an alliance with these people was better than keeping them as enemies. But in the end of the day, the truth will have to come out and the people will have to decide what to do about the British royals and their legacy. Next question.
We have our final question for today. There's been a lot of confusion surrounding this newly appointed Prime Minister of Italy. She seems to be a real nightmare for the EU establishment, yet she keenly declares continued support for the Zelensky's regime. Can you make some more sense of this?
I think the jury is still out. I mean, I've been listening to her speeches and she's saying a lot of the right things. I mean, she's been attacking the proxies of the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds by condemning the attack on Gaddafi and stuff. She was clearly, you know, from that group, and we'll have to see. I think it's going to be her actions that will prove whether she's the real deal or not. But my own sources in the white hat part of the CIA and Mossad said that she is now working with the Planetary Liberation Alliance, but we'll have to judge her by her actions and not her words, and time will tell which side she's on. All right, well, thanks for tuning in, and next week will be after the big payments deadline. Let's see what turns up, but I expect a lot more turbulence as we go through this end of regime moment. Okay, thanks. See you next week, hopefully. The planet Earth is now entering a very, very crucial period of transition, and we have to handle this very carefully. What has happened is that the Khazarian mafia, who control the central banks of the West and China, failed to make a payment to the rest of the world on September 30th. This is especially true of their main source of power, which is the United States of America Corporation. This is a corporation. It's not the Republic of the United States of America that gained independence in 1776. It's a corporation that was created in 1871 and that took power to create and distribute money from Congress in 1913. This is the privately owned group that we are fighting. Now, they are extremely powerful. I was talking to a senior Mossad source a couple of days ago, and he said that they always practice identity theft. They take over key people and replace them with their puppets and use them to try to control power. Now, at this point, we know for sure that the actor pretending to be President Joe Biden of the United States is a fake, and he's controlled by the Khazarian mafia and specific people like Jeff Bezos, David Rockefeller Jr., and Barack Obama. So he also works for the KM as a puppet. And we're now pretty sure that President Xi Jinping of China was replaced. So they control the Vatican, the United States, and China at this point through their proxies. But every sign shows that the Chinese have figured this out. Now let's talk about what happened in early 2020 when the corporation defaulted then, because that's a key date. What happened was that after that, weapons, okay? Remember, 10,000, Prime Minister Narendra Modi of India, and they would talk about stuff, man to man. And when they had the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit in September 15th, 16th in Uzbekistan, the avatar for Xi Jinping didn't want to meet these people because they would then find out that, you know, it was not that he had been replaced. But fortunately, I'm pretty sure the Chinese military and the Chinese elders have figured this out, and that China will no longer be controlled by the Khazarian mafia. We'll find out on October 16th when they have their big once in 5 years Communist Party gathering. But even if Xi Jinping appears, it will be somebody reading a very different script. We'll see. But this date is very important because it's also when the corporation defaults, okay, they defaulted on September 30th. They are given 14 days, so October 14th, to come up with the money. Then all hell breaks loose, just like it happened during the Lehman crisis. In the Lehman crisis, what happened was they said, all right, we're gonna put a black communist in power as president. And then they did the Barack Obama show and got $23 trillion to keep their whole, you know, fake show going on for another decade. That money has run out, and they haven't been able to fool them with an offer of a black pope or other things. So that's why yesterday, so-called President Joe Biden issued threats of nuclear Armageddon. And there are people in Russia who also work for the Khazarian mafia, and they are trying to, you know, start World War III. They want to start a full-out nuclear war because, you know, they think that it's their God-given destiny. They're the chosen people, and these aren't Jews. Okay, remember that. They worship Satan. They're not Jews, but they still think that it's their right to enslave humanity and turn them into beasts of burden, torture them, do whatever they want. And these are the people we're dealing with. And there are people in Russia and in the West, both who try to start World War III. And I understand, I talked to senior Russian people, they're not going to let a nuclear war start. I know that the real military... You hear, I'm sorry, I'm going to pause here. You, you, you hear that noise? I realize sometimes people, in Japan, there's things that I take for granted that don't exist in the West. Here, when I want to fill my bath, I go to a kitchen, I push a button, I set the temperature and depth, and it automatically fills my bath, and then it lets me know that it's full. These are some of the wonderful things that will be made available to the whole world once we get rid of these parasites. But in any case, the point is that despite all the threats and bluster, they're not going to be allowed to start World War III. There will not be a nuclear Armageddon. It's not going to happen. What is going to happen is we're going to keep hunting these people down systematically and removing them from positions of power. It's the only way to save the planet Earth, and it's happening worldwide. There's battles everywhere, but the big point is that the OPEC plus, the oil-producing countries, have announced that they're going to cut back 2 million barrels per day of production. They're not going to supply the West with oil until they overthrow their criminal governments. So everything's going to grind to a halt in Western Europe and the United States, I believe, after October 14th, unless the military white hats move in and remove these people. Now, I was told by the Italian P3 Freemasons that the people of interest that they identified who need to be removed are Jared Kushner, the son-in-law of Donald Trump, who bought 666 West Fifth Avenue, where they had Lucent Technologies, i.e. Lucifer Technologies, that was building microchips to put into people's minds and turn them into, into people's brains and turn them into robots, automatons. They identified Jeff Bezos of Amazon as being a key person behind the Biden fake show, which is unfortunate. I thought, I kind of liked the guy, but if it turns out he's working for the dark side and it has to be removed. And of course, Mark Zuckerberg, he is being removed. But, obviously the entire Rockefeller family with their people like John Podesta, Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, they're all Rockefellers. They need to be hunted down. They need to be brought to justice. In Europe, too, MI6 is saying that, and there are going to be very serious consequences for that. Those James Bond types, you don't take them lightly. They are on the hunt, and they're going to be successful. A lot of these people are going to be removed from this planet Earth before this is over. So I repeat that the only solution for them is to surrender. Now, I also have some very interesting news to report from Japan. I don't know all the details yet, but for some reason, dozens and dozens of fire trucks descended upon the Freemason headquarters near Tokyo Tower last week. I've heard that the three-legged crow Japanese secret society is removing all Khazarian mafia control from Japan, and that is a very welcome thing because Japan is one of the keys to keeping them going. Japanese money is what's been helping them keep their show on all this time, and that's going to be cut off from what I'm hearing. And the North Koreans are also on board. They are actually with the Planetary Liberation Alliance. And, I got contact last week from Russian FSB sources saying, is it true that everybody's hiding underground in Japan because of North Korean missiles? No. The first few times they shot North Korean missiles over Japan, people were scared. Now it's just like, the boy who cried wolf a dozen times. Nobody blinked when they made their fake North Korean missile announcement. So, they're not going to do that. And they're going to try again with Taiwan. But the Chinese are one people. There's a million Taiwanese living in China. There's a million Chinese living in Taiwan. They speak the same language, the same people, to benefit foreigners. That's not going to happen. Okay, so they're not going to be able to start that in China. the Middle East has already completely gone against them. I noticed that the Mossad propaganda site Debka has been silent for many weeks, and I noticed that the former Prime Minister Netanyahu has been hospitalized. So I believe the Jewish people are liberating themselves from the satanic Khazarian mafia as well, which is a great thing. So we're really down to a few countries in Europe. Germany, Switzerland, France still need to be liberated. And then, of course, the big one is Washington, D.C. Let's see if this whole Biden show ends in October, and then apparently the real Donald Trump left Washington, D.C. in January of 2020, and the loose-jowled actor with the white around his eyes who's been pretending to be Donald Trump will be arrested. The real Donald Trump will be instated as president since he had the election stolen from him, and the roundup of the Khazarian mafia in the United States will go into the second round in the United States 2020. So I believe the American people will be liberated, and of course Canada too. Justin Castro, Chrystia Freeland, all those people will be removed. There's a big cleanup going on. The battle is not over. You must never underestimate these people. They still have a lot of tricks up their sleeve. And remember, every time they have been cornered in the past, they have done something totally outrageous. They did it. 9/11 was a big one when they're supposed to pay back the gold they owed. And then they did Fukushima to steal Japan's overseas assets. So you can be sure they're going to try something horrific. They really are going to try every way they can to start nuclear Armageddon. They're not going to be allowed to do that. They will not succeed. They have stolen many nuclear weapons, but our side has the technology to neutralize them. They won't be able to do that. So don't give in to nuclear blackmail. Do not give in to their lies. Do not let them start World War III, because we're all one human family, and we're going to be friendly and make love, not war, from now on. These criminals are really, really going to be destroyed this time. We have no other choice. It's either us or them, or we're going to put 1 million people in jail and then start Nuremberg-style war crimes tribunals against them. Their children will be re-educated, and those who are beyond hope will spend the rest of their lives in isolated colonies where they can't do harm. And the more vicious ones will be, they'll suffer the full punishment of the law. So that's what's going on here. It's a very, very tense time. Between now and I believe mid-November, we should see some really earth-shattering changes, but rest assured, the White Hats are winning. The planetary alliance to liberate humanity will win, but we must never, ever give up our guard or underestimate these people. They are incredibly intelligent, incredibly evil, and very powerful. It's very important that we remove their control from the corporations. So we need to have a big operation to remove them from Google and Silicon Valley. We need another big operation to remove them from control of New York. And the P3 Freemasons did say the chief rabbi of New York has to be removed. So we need to go in and arrest the rabbis who are pretending to be Jews but are actually Satanists, remove them from control of the Jewish people, and liberate the Jewish people from thousands of years of slavery and a long and terrible nightmare that humanity has been living through is coming to an end. Rest assured, humanity will be freed. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself. And now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. Xi Jinping has reappeared after he came back from a SCO meeting. He appeared at a visit to a museum accompanied by all members of the Central Standing Committee of the CCP. But there are many body doubles, if not clones, of Xi Jinping. Could it be that there was a coup that removed him, but to avoid political instability, a double was used to cover up the coup?
That is a very strong possibility. The important thing to note is that at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit, you would have expected that since China was really the original founding force behind that the president of China would have made a big speech. He didn't. And then when he returned, there was no speech published in the official news agencies. So something happened there. It may well be the Chinese will decide to continue to use the Xi Jinping avatar, but I don't think they're going to allow Khazarian mafia to secretly control the Chinese Communist Party anymore. So we'll see. Right now, my Chinese sources are unusually quiet, but all the signs are that the actual native Chinese have reasserted Chinese control over China, and that is a good thing. Because if you look at the thousands of years of Chinese history, they don't have the habit of invading other countries and enslaving their people. Okay, next question.
Who does the deadline payment owed by the corporation of the USA and the KM get paid to? What is the amount, and if paid, what is the arrangement / entitlement from such a payment?
I don't know all the details, but what you need to understand is that there is such a thing as reality. So when actual physical cars and computers are put into ships, or oil is put into ships and sent somewhere, the people who do that want to be paid in real money. And so if you look at the United States trade deficit, they've been accumulating a trade deficit for more than 40 years. And this is, in last year, I think it was close to $1 trillion in trade deficit, and they're not being allowed to print money to pay for that. So they have to actually, provide things like silver, gold, corn, anything that really exists. So it's China, Japan, and the Middle Eastern oil exporting countries who hold the key to this. But, they have not been accepting funny money dollars for many years now, and I believe that they just haven't been able to come up with anything, in which case they'll be declared in default and there will be some kind of systems failure. But, I don't know all the details, but I do know that the reason the dollar is strong is because they're not accepting any more fiat dollars, and they haven't been for several years, and the dollars that exist are mostly owned by non-Americans. I'll try to find out more, but that's what I do know. 2025. My prepared comments were sidelined a bit as I woke up to the news of the big Israeli attack on Iran. But to be honest, if I think about it hard, it doesn't really change very much. What's really happening is that the owners of the United States of America Corporation have not been able to get enough gold to prevent their bankruptcy. This is the real story. They were trying to get Iran to hand over Persian gold, the legendary gold of the Persian Empire, to help keep their corporation going, because at the highest level of international finance, they don't accept paper. They accept only things that really exist, and the people controlling the entire fake Zionist show in Washington, D.C. and in Tel Aviv are being isolated by the international community. Now remember, this has never been about Iran getting nuclear weapons. The first time that Israel said that Iran was about to get nuclear weapons was in 1992. They'd say they'd have it in a couple years, and that was 33 years ago. And then since then they've been saying they're gonna get it in a few months. Iran has always had, or they've had nuclear weapons ever since George Bush Sr. gave them missiles equipped with neutron bombs, but leave buildings intact. And I got that information from the son of the Shah of Iran directly. During the Iraq War, the Iranians offered to hand these missiles back to the United States. President Obama refused. The point being that this is all fake. And I think what triggered the attack at this moment was just sheer desperation. The other thing is that the Iranians were given a huge cache of Israeli nuclear documents. And one of the most damning things in those documents, I'm sure I get the name right here, is that the head of the International Atomic Energy Association, IEAE, the people who are supposed to be overseeing the nuclear negotiations with Iran, is actually a Mossad agent by the name of Rafael Grossi. So basically, the Iranians had documents to prove that this whole nuclear thing was fake and that the IAEA was a fake, compromised institution. So what they do? They try to blow everything up. But remember the Mossad motto, through deception thou shalt wage war. And I guarantee you they're wildly exaggerating the extent of their attack on Iran. And Israel is a tiny place. It's no bigger than New Jersey. And if the Iranians wanted to, they could wipe it out with hypersonic non-nuclear missiles. And as far as I can tell, the U.S. military is not going to fight for Israel. If you see a Donald Trump appearing on your screens, I guarantee you the one who's out there cheerleading for Israel is the short, fake, fat one. Here I'm going to insert a picture of him standing next to Elon Musk. Now, Elon Musk is about, I think, 188 centimeters tall, and the real Donald Trump is 190 centimeters tall. And this short, fat Trump is obviously much shorter. This is the one that they're putting out on the media to try to cheerlead and fool the U.S. military into starting World War III. Of course, they will not. And the Russians are also not going to be fooled into starting World War III by this whole thing. It's really, it smacks of desperation. And it's taken over the headlines, but there's a lot of other things that we do need to look at, because my view is that this was a final suicidal move by the satanic regime in Israel. And you see, I think they put out a picture of so-called Netanyahu against his so-called Wailing Wall, saying, a lion has risen or something. Remember, the Wailing Wall is not the remnants of the Second Temple. It's the remnants of a Roman fortress. In other words, it's a fortress of the people who destroyed the temple. And the temple location is somewhere else. So these people worshiping on this wall are worshiping the people who destroyed the temple. They're not Jews. They're not anything to do with the original inhabitants of the region, the Judeans, who are now misleadingly called Palestinians. So this whole thing is fake, and it's going to blow up in their faces. But that's not the only thing that's blowing up in their faces. A lot of other things that are happening that they're trying to distract us from. The big one, of course, being the LA riots, which were obviously hired goons. And I want you to look at this clip here about how this is done and has been done for the ages, and through the ages, how they call it Gladio or whatever. They send in terrorists, people cause mayhem in order to justify a takeover. And this is clearly what's been happening in Los Angeles. So take a look at this tape. And another reason these riots are being instigated, or were being instigated in LA, is to cover up for the fact that investigations are closing in on a major arson attack on that city. For those who can't remember that far back, LA was hit with a massive arson attack. And now take a look at this video showing how all the fires in LA started simultaneously. This was not some kind of act of nature. This was deliberate sabotage. So these criminals are cornered, they're dangerous, they're trying all sorts of things that have failed. Another thing that failed that never appeared on the radar is there's a reason why Donald Trump is not talking to North Korea. The reason is simple. They have asked many times to talk to North Korea, and North Korea refuses. They refuse for a very good reason. When Kim Jong-un met Donald Trump on the North Korean border, Kim Jong-un was hit with an electromagnetic weapon. I know this from senior North Korean sources. And they've had an avatar, a lookalike, playing a role, but it's his sister who's in charge. And they're not the last time they met. So they're not going to get their hands on the giant mineral wealth of North Korea. They're not, in other words, they're hoping to get gold from North Korea since they couldn't get the Persian gold, and they failed. Now, another thing that we need to look at in the background is the Trump negotiations with China that took place in Switzerland over the weekend, and on. You know, they're trying to say that everything worked out just fine, and the U.S. got what they wanted. But basically, they've put in huge tariffs, but it's not going to help stop the U.S. bankruptcy. And the Chinese have made it clear they're not going to just infinitely finance a criminal rogue regime. That's just not going to happen. So the answer is that the United States corporation needs to be bankrupted and replaced with something new. That process is underway. There are negotiations taking place behind the scenes, and I am involved in those negotiations, but hopefully this entire Zionist nightmare will end soon. But you can tell Israel really is over this time because none of their allies have supported this attack. Even the U.S. officially is not supporting this attack. There are bribed and compromised elements in the U.S., especially CENTCOM, who might go along with this, but overall the U.S. military understands that their job is to defend the United States, not the criminal regime of Israel. So it really does look like an end game for that whole country, and a lot of other things will be happening. A couple other items that crossed my radar. There was an airplane crash in India, and my sources say that 2 British agents on board that plane who had compromising material on the Bilderberg people meeting this weekend were killed, and that's why that plane was taken down. It was taken down remotely, and so at this point, almost all the plane crashes we've seen in recent years have been deliberate sabotage, because in the 1990s they put in mechanisms on airplanes that allowed them to be remotely controlled against the will of the pilot. The idea was to stop hijacking, but it's been badly abused, and my view is that a criminal investigation should be opened against the Boeing Corporation to find out who has been using this remote control, and it will be paid for. But this is a sort of criminal regime that we're seeing that's on its last legs for sure. The other thing, of course, the other reason why they're freaking out and trying to start World War III is because the wheels of justice are grinding slowly but steadily towards their pedophile crimes. No, the only other thing is that Canada is holding a huge G7 plus meeting next week, and I understand that beneath the surface in these meetings, they're reaching a deal with the Chinese, the Russians, and North Koreans, and that these meetings are actually headed for the creation of some sort of world republic. This is not a new world order headed by a single god king or messiah or the rule of Lucifer, whatever you want to call it. That's not what this is about. This is about having the rules for the planet that any village has. In other words, we don't, no country will be allowed to break the law, and everyone will be defended against criminals, including transnational criminals who right now basically do whatever they want. They will be stopped. We will no longer have a world that tolerates state-sponsored terror, which mostly comes, as you all know, from the United States and Israel. And that will be ended. That's what this meeting is about. And a fundamental agreement has been reached with the P3 Freemasons, with the Chinese, with the U.S. military white hats, with the British Commonwealth. And good things will happen. This is what we're watching is really the end of a nightmarish regime. It's the final death throes of Israel and that whole Zionist project. Watch and see. Okay, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now, I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Could you explain why so many videos are coming out of China showing factories being burned? Is China really as strong as you say? If so, what are these videos? They kind of look like people burning down businesses or insurance money.
China does have real problems, for sure. The people I'm in contact with in Myanmar, for example, have cut off about 40 to 50% of the raw material they need for their rare earth metals, and the real estate crisis that they have is far worse than they want to talk about. I mean, one official said they built like more than twice as many apartment buildings as there are people in China. I cannot confirm this, but having said all that, China remains an industrial powerhouse. They take care of 31% they control 31% of global manufacturing. That's more than double what the U.S. has and more than what the entire G7 has. And they have very good economic relations with most countries. Exports to the U.S. are only 2.7% of Chinese GDP. So that loss, while it's painful, is not going to upset their economy. I understand they are going through a big restructuring, but they have competent leadership, and unlike the U.S. leadership, they actually work for the people. The U.S. leadership has been proven to be working for oligarchs who have been strip mining the middle class of all their wealth so that these billionaires and trillionaires can build more super yachts. That's the reality. So, yeah, there is trouble in China, but it's nowhere near as bad as the trouble in the United States. But at the end of the day, China wants to work with the West in a win-win manner, and the Western white hats agree 100%. So, these troubles in China and the U.S. will end once the old regime in the West is removed. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Any government that develops a bioweapon and then premeditatedly distributes it to their population and citizens has lost all and any rights, including the right to lay and or collect taxes. Everyone wants to talk about our founding fathers this, our founding fathers that, and what they would do right now if they were here in 2025. But the reality is our founding fathers went to war with England over a 3% T-tax. If everyone is so concerned about what the founding fathers would do, why haven't we rebelled yet?
That is a very good question, and I think the answer is that the American Anglo-Saxon people understand that rioting on the streets is not going to be a successful way to rebel, and that they have to convince the military establishment to go along with regime change. And that, I understand, is happening. But until you see the heads of the pharmaceutical companies dealt with, this is far from over. But our best hope still lies with the military, especially the rank and file and the colonels. And basically all the military needs to do is disobey any commander who has far more money than they could have earned on their military salary, because you know that they've been bribed and compromised. But the garbage floats to the top, and I know that the military is no longer working for the cabal, and that's why they're not going to be able to start World War III. And at the end of the day, while they are very slow and they wait for justice, justice is coming, and the military and police will enforce it. You watch and see. But keep your eyes on RFK Jr., because he's definitely leading the attack on that front against the pharmaceutical companies. And that should be enough to tip the balance. Next question.
Hi, Ben. You talked a little bit earlier today about the short, fat, fake Trump and the real Trump. So which Trump is signing all of these new bills in the White House? Which one has joined the Auto Pen Club?
Well, all I can say is that the past couple of weeks, all we've seen is the short, fat, fake one, and I posted the pictures. You can see it's obviously not him. I don't know what's happening to the one that lied with the U.S. Space Force, but I'm guessing that he is in Mount Cheyenne and he's waiting for this whole business to blow over and let these people kind of shoot themselves in the foot, and that's why we're not seeing action on that front at this point. I also understand that the real commander-in-chief is waiting for the final deal on the new financial system, and so he's basically standing by, and while he's doing that, the fake ones are doing their last minute desperate Hail Mary attempt to start World War III, but it's not going to work. Next question.
Evan, we have our last question for today. Why do you keep insisting Canada will be on the top because the U.S. is bankrupt? This doesn't seem to be true. Canada is the most bankrupt country in the world, the highest debt to GDP, highest taxation, lowest nutrition, most Canadians since Trudeau took office, and the only country that has no gold reserves. Nothing. Plus a complete shutdown of the extraction of resources. Canada is the one without a way out, not the United States. Canadians are literally poor. I see it. In the United States today, opportunities abound, and the limit is only set by the individual. I don't see that in Canada.
The fact is that if you take GDP numbers, which is where you divide the total GDP by the population, the United States looks a lot richer. That's because if Bill Gates walks into a coffee shop, suddenly everybody in the coffee shop is a multimillionaire, but he's buying all the coffee and nobody else can afford any more coffee. That's the situation with the United States. The median income, which is the level at which half the people are below and half the people are above, in the United States is something like $30,000 a year. It's just barely scraping along at poverty level. That's where most actual Americans live. In Canada, the median income, where half the people are below and half the people are above, is much higher. But having said all that, Canada and the United States both need a complete change of government. The Bank of Canada will be nationalized again, and the fact is that Canada has huge amounts of resources relative to its population, and together with the brothers and sisters from the United States, I think together we both need regime change. We both need together to build something new from scratch and not subject one to the other. We're basically the same people with the same history, and we both need a complete change of government, and I believe that's what's going to come. Democracy will be restored to the Anglo-Saxon people. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week, and there's some things I haven't talked about on purpose, but there are some very high-level negotiations taking place, and hopefully sooner rather than later those would be good announcements about a jubilee and a financial reset. Keep your fingers crossed, knock on wood, we're almost there, but I'm not going to give dates because they come and go, and this has been a very long process, but some serious moves are happening, and hopefully soon we'll have something we can tell everybody. Well, thanks for tuning in. I hope to see you. Hello, This is Benjamin Fulford speaking on March 22nd.
Hi, Ben. If there was to be a jubilee and a redistribution of assets, and if every person received a larger sum of money in their bank accounts, could that be a problem as far as there would be no material incentive to work, which would cause negative consequences for economic growth and productivity, and probably move us into somewhat of a socialist society? Are you concerned about this?
No, because this is not what the elite were proposing, which is basic income. What this is a one-off deal. So you end up owning your own residence, so you won't have to pay rent. And if you had a mortgage, it'll be canceled, so you won't have to pay your mortgage. You won't have to pay taxes. But it's a one-off deal. If you want to buy groceries or buy beer or something, you're going to have to work. The welfare will be deliberately set at the very bare minimum of survival so that people have an incentive to work. In other words, if you want to drink beer or take a holiday, you got to work. And because sitting around depending on government money is a soul-destroying thing, and we don't want that. And the other thing, of course, is that this will be planned in such a way as that any redistribution will be closely in line with the real world. So there won't be inflation. It'll be designed so it won't be inflationary. But remember, it's not a permanent welfare state. It's a one-off return of stolen property. That's all it is. And that would be like a spark to set off an incredible economic boom. This was what happened in Japan, for example. After World War II, they redistributed all the farmland, which is owned by a few elite oligarchs. And what happened as a result was decades of double-digit economic growth, and everybody was middle class, or most people were. And this only ended when they forced the Japanese to submit again to control by the Khazarian mafia. But anyway, it's just not, it's a one-off deal. It's not a permanent welfare state. Next question.
Hey, Ben, I've been watching multiple documentaries about reptilians. It seems that cameras glitch when the shape-shifting beings appear. It looks like any world's parliament has a few of these animals within. How is it possible that only one Dutch MP has exposed this? Why are they hiding this matter?
You know, extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. I have personally met so-called, and we've seen with my own naked eyes, so-called reptilians like George Soros or a few others. But the point is, they just look like ordinary human beings to me. And I think the reptilian thing is more of a metaphor for the members of the Khazarian mafia, the group that practices human sacrifice and carries out secret control. But as far as I can tell, these are actual human beings and not shape-shifting aliens. I have not found credible evidence for this.
Do you believe that instead of these people maybe being reptilian, that there's some sort of demonic presence among them? You refer to the Khazarian mafia as being Satanists.
I have seen people who appear to come under remote control from some sort of like thought forms or some kind of entities that are able to hijack human beings and take them over. That I have seen with my own eyes, and that's real. So I think when the Catholics refer to fallen angels, they're referring to some kind of thought forms. And I was told this by Pentagon people too, that are capable of hijacking humans. That is real and needs to be investigated further. And I think the exorcisms of the Catholic Church are actually a battle against such entities. And you know, I find I didn't come to this conclusion based on faith. I'm a scientist and a journalist, and I check facts in the real world. And having seen this personally, I know it's real. Okay, next question. Oh, one last thing. When I see these people, often their pupils turn entirely black. I've seen that. Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. It seems the Democrats that want to destroy this country will not give up power without significant fight. Do you expect the Biden, aka Obama administration, to pull another worldwide crisis to steal the election yet again? If so, do you expect them to try and take it via health, blue beam, or solar flare route?
Well, they're already, printing out money like crazy to hire foreign criminals and bring them into the United States to help protect them from the American people. So that's something they're up to. And as I mentioned in my talk, they're definitely planning some sort of massive blue beam type mass casualty event for Central America around April 8th. So we need to fight and stop them before that date, if possible. And I'm certainly doing everything I can, and I know a lot of other people are too, and I know the military white hats are with us, so we should be able to stop this. Well, okay, thanks for tuning in, and hope to see you next week. It's probably the hospitalization of King Charles of the United Kingdom. And at the same time, his daughter-in-law is also being hospitalized. Now, the official story is that King Charles has got a prostate operation, and I forget what the daughter-in-law, some kind of abdominal surgery. But what I've heard from my own MI6 sources is that they were involved in the same plot for a massive false flag that led to the removal of U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and top Marine General Eric Smith. So this is part of, again, a white hat takedown of an attempted massive false flag. Now, there are contradictions about whether or not Prince William will take over. I've seen news reports saying that he will take over the duties of King Charles and probably take over as king. However, my own MI6 royal sources tell me that he is also being suspended from his duties. So something else might happen there. But in any case, this is a visible sign of change. So you have a U.S. Defense Secretary, a Marine General, and a king being removed. Now, the other big one is so-called climate envoy John Kerry of the Skull and Bones. He's one of the Octagon group I've heard from before, and he's resigning. So he was also probably part of that. But that removes a lot of key players, and it's a sign that some kind of takedown is happening, and you can see it publicly. Now, the other sign is that even though the U.S. government did kick the can down the road and avoid bankruptcy, this was a budget proposal. If you look at the details, you'll notice it's only funding parts of the U.S. government that actually work, like the Department of Agriculture. And there's no money for Ukraine. There's no money for Israel. So that's big. And despite that, of course, we need to wait to see either the arrest of Benjamin Netanyahu before we know this is really over. Now, the other people who obviously have to be publicly removed in a way for all to see is the election stealing Justin Trudeau in Canada and his sidekick, Chrystia Freeland. Actually, it's the other way around, but in any case. Victoria Nuland at the U.S. State Department, who was one of the architects of this big Ukraine fiasco, together with Bill Gates, and Klaus Schwab, and these other people are still there. So it's not over, but clearly something is happening. Now, the other thing I hear, last week I did some reporting in real world, and I met a North Korean envoy, someone who's, representing the North Korean regime. And they told me a few interesting things. The first one is that they are not going to start a war. They understand that they're dealing with a wounded lion, and that even a wounded lion, they're referring to the current U.S. regime, of course, can cause a lot of damage. And the obvious, and that's what they're doing. So they're not going to, if you see some kind of missile attack blamed on North Korea, it won't be North Korea. It'll be the Khazarian mafia trying to start World War III and blaming something on North Korea. Now, The other thing they told me is that their intelligence indicates that a single Aegis-class U.S. destroyer or ship has the technical capability of shutting down all wireless communications all over the planet simultaneously. So there is the technology there to completely shut down at least the wireless part of the internet. And they think that it might happen. So this is what I got from the North Koreans. Now, my own view, I've interviewed survivors of North Korean concentration camps, and I've talked to a lot of people about this over the years. And personally, I think it's actually, despite all the propaganda against them, a better regime than the one in South Korea. Because the one in South Korea was basically wiping out the population. They have the lowest birth rate on Earth, and this is deliberate. They're being sterilized and neutralized, and the men are being feminized. And if you cannot have children, then your society is not functioning. This is the same thing with China. The current regime, the current way they're managing their social economic system is contrary to life, because women don't want to have children in the current environment. That means some kind of very fundamental reset is going to take place. Now, on that end, I also talked to a very senior Asian royal last week. It's actually still this week, sorry. But I got some information about what the BIS people, the current controllers of the world financial system, are doing. Now, the fact is that Asian royals have always been involved in the Federal Reserve Board in coordination with European royals. It's always been that way at the highest level. Now, what I'm hearing is that the Asians who control the US dollar outside of the United States, basically the euro dollar, have been systematically gathering up all the dollar bills that have been printed that are located outside of the United States, and they have been destroying them, and have actually printed out a replacement currency. And according to this source, I'm just telling you what this source, who is a senior royal, told me, is that something will happen in March, and that fits in with the Fed unwinding all its support for banks also in March. So let's see if something happens in March. Now, the other indication that something is happening is that the Japanese 10,000 yen bill, which is the equivalent of a US $100 bill in terms of how it's used, is being replaced in July. That's in the newspaper. That's public announcement. So some kind of financial event is being planned. However, according to their version of what they want to do, is they're going to cancel all debt on a country level. So, all debts held by governments will be, wiped off the slate. But they don't have such a plan for individuals or corporations. Instead, their plan is to pump out and hand out lots of money to lots of people. I don't know if I agree with this, but this is what they are doing. And these are the people who control the BIS and the whole Basel business. So if we want to have a real Jubilee, we're going to have to still fight, and force them to cancel private personal debt as well as a one-off thing. And that's not there yet, but this is what direct sources are telling me. Now, the other thing is, I've also been in communication with the Iranians. The British, wanted to reach some sort of peace with Iran over the shutting off of the Red Sea and stuff. But the Iranians do not want to talk to the British or the West until they prove with their actions on the ground that something has changed. So again, Netanyahu has to go. That's like a non-negotiable thing. And the Iranians also attacked Mossad headquarters in Iraq, I believe it is, in Erbil, and then also in Pakistan. Now, this is the terrorists, ISIS, the Israeli Satanic Intelligence Service, and all these other Al-Qaeda. These are all Western fronts, and they attacked them because it's not actually an attack officially on a government. So it's not a reason for war. You see, they're very clever because they're pretending that the West pretends that ISIS is some kind of Islamic thing that has nothing to do with them, when in fact they call the shots. But if it's ISIS attacked, they can't say, hey, you're attacking the USA. So it was a very clever move, and the Pakistani terrorists too were hit, and the Pakistanis hit back. But again, it's not going to lead to World War III. Things are being calmed down, so that's an interesting development that I've kept my eyes on. I mean, just quickly check my notes.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. You mentioned that Japan earthquake in Ishikawa Prefecture was done using electromagnetic weapons ordered by Rear Admiral Carolati. From my research, the quake was 10 km deep, just like Dunn's cleanups, but the White Hats wouldn't do any kind of demolition, which would hurt civilians. So I took it that the cabal blew up their underground facilities to damage Japan for not obeying orders, just like they did for 3.11 Fukushima.
Well, it was the Maeda clan based in Ishikawa Prefecture where they were pushing for the removal of the current emperor, and this was an attempt to say, no, we want to have our puppet as the symbolic head of state of Japan. That's why they were attacked, according to my own actual on-the-ground sources. And it was not an underground nuclear weapon like Fukushima. It was a directed energy weapon. And yeah, Admiral Lahti will be charged with war crimes for that. You can't look, it's a war crime, and it needs to be punished as such. Otherwise, we're not the White Hats. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. What are your thoughts on Congressman Mike Johnson? I recently read something about him trying to unblock Ukrainian aid.
Well, the man is a completely brainwashed Zionist Christian or a stooge of the Khazarian mafia. He actually thinks that we're in biblical end times and that we have to support Israel in order to bring on the Messiah and all this kind of wacko stuff. That man belongs in a lunatic asylum, not at the top of the U.S. government, and he needs to be removed because he's a brainwashed tool of the Khazarian mafia. He's a religious fanatic, and we need people who are reality-based in government. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I hope we'll have more good news next week. Last week, or this week, the Supreme Court once again rejected the Bronson case, which basically is a sign, a public sign to the world that the Supreme Court is no longer actually involved in the business of justice. Now, we know for a fact, or at least we're very confident, that several of the judges are being blackmailed. And what we are dealing with here is a complete hijacking of all government institutions in the West by a satanic cult. This is obvious to most of us by now. And what people need to realize is that going through their court systems and asking for justice would be like the sheep in a farm, saying, hey, we sheep just had a vote and we decided that we don't want to go to the slaughterhouse and we'd like you to remove the fences so that we can wander around freely, and that's not going to happen unless the rest of the world is on the case. These criminals are being kicked out of Africa and most of Asia and the Middle East, and they're being slowly but surely strangled through an economic blockade. They cannot get oil, they cannot get commodities unless they pay cash, and they're running out of cash. So we're close to the end game, but the Western people need to understand that they no longer have democracy. They no longer have rule of law, and they no longer have freedom of the press in the corporate media. They do have it on the internet, and I have here the thing given to me by the NSA, like to show that they support freedom of press and that freedom of information. And we've got to thank them for allowing people like me to use the internet to tell the truth. But we need to go further now. It's time to end this show, and the sooner the better. I keep hearing, soon, maybe, watch for March, but, we're all running out of patience, and it's visibly falling apart. You have the situation now where people in Los Angeles are told not to leave bottles of water in their car because someone will break the windows. We have a complete collapse of law and order. We have an open border with military-age Chinese men crossing in huge numbers into the United States. In Europe, they have already, actually reached a deal with Russia. That's proven by the fact that they, started buying Russian gas. They ignored the boycott because they realized that the choice would be. So they bought Russian gas. That, by the way, was my bathtub robot telling me the bath is about to be filled. Japan is full of convenient wonders like that. And hopefully the whole world will soon be full of wonders and marvels once we finally unleash all the technology they've suppressed. And, we should all be able to double our living standards within a year of removing these people from power. And after that, we should have the ability, the control of the financial system given back to the people. Adventures, or should I say resource theft around the world, would be spent on finding ways to make us live longer, healthier, happier lives in harmony with nature. We want to save the planet. We want to free humanity. And that's what's going to happen. Now, the only other thing I could say is that Israel is now in a state of civil war. The people around Netanyahu are trying to create a theocracy there, which is not Jewish. Okay, these people are not Jewish. They are Satan worshippers, and the countries of the Middle East need to take action to remove these criminals. They're still trying very, very hard to start their World War III. They're religious fanatics. They're sure that and then enslave the rest. They're still trying to do it, and we're seeing a very strong push still to start World War III with Russia. Russia left the START treaty, the nuclear arms control treaty, because the United States has long ago stopped obeying that treaty. And these people, these fanatics, these end-of-world wackos, are trying to create a nuclear war, but it's not going to work. Their plan is to have the nuclear war start in 2025 or 2024, and they're trying desperately to keep the situation going, but they're not going to succeed. The war in Ukraine is basically over, but they're for some reason, a group within Russia is trying to make it seem like it's still going on, and they're still trying to, use their fake fiat money to buy weapons from around the world and pump them in there. They're trying to keep this whole show going, but Victoria Nuland, she is a known criminal, and people like her need to be removed ASAP. It's going to happen. We know that the White Hats are in control in Germany, in Japan, and the UK, New Zealand now. And by the way, New Zealand was hit with a massive earthquake attack after they kicked out the cabal there. And some towns have been obliterated, and it's not being reported anywhere. I'll have photographs of that attack in my Monday report and eyewitness testimony to what's going on there. But it's a very unusual situation. But what we're seeing is similar to what happened in Turkey. These people are now pulling out their earthquake weapons, their scalar weapons. And this is a sign that they really are cornered. It should not be taken as a sign that we need to submit to them, because you cannot stop execution with an earthquake weapon. These people, need to understand that. They're not going to terrorize us into submission, but it is either us or them. That means that if you have the opportunity to stop one of these people, it's your moral duty to do so. It's perfectly legal because this is legitimate self-defense. We need to take action. And I'm hearing action will be taken, and I'm expecting the military white hats to get off their asses and do what needs to be done. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. News is it's turning right now because we're waiting for some kind of huge event of some sort. And so we're stuck in a kind of a repetitive news cycle, but something is going to give, and it's going to be very, very big. It'll be talked about in the history books for thousands of years, I'm sure of it. I'm not so exactly when, but it's coming. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question today, and it is a long one. It goes, "Hi, Mr. Fulford. Thank you very much for sharing all of your knowledge and expertise with us. I believe you had indicated previously that President Biden and Vice President Harris would be removed from their positions in the United States, thereby clearing the way for House Speaker McCarthy to become President McCarthy. You indicated today you believe the bad guys in the United States may be able to milk things along with these constant real or fake horrors as late as September 2023. Assuming that the Supreme Court does not throw out the Biden regime when they reconsider the Bronson case, sadly, the U.S. Supreme Court has repeatedly appeared to be compromised, and there are those that vigorously maintain that the Supreme Court has been completely overtaken by the CIA, which now seems plausible. With these circumstances in play, is it your understanding that Biden and Harris will still be removed before the official end of their term? Is it your understanding that presidential nominees for the U.S. 2024 election will be Joe Biden and Donald Trump? Is the real Donald Trump still safe? Do you believe the Octagon Group will make the decision as to who serves the U.S. president in 2024, as they apparently did in 2016 and 2020? Who are the members of the Octagon Group? Are they connected to the Committee of 300, the 13 bloodline families, or the World Economic Forum? How, if at all, are these entities related? And do you believe that Jared Kushner is trustworthy? Thank you for your valuable insight."
Wow, that's a lot of stuff to go over. But now I was told by my, white hat military sources that Biden and Harris would be removed. But these same people were kind of hoping on the Bronson case, and then it's now clear that the Supreme Court is compromised, as I just said in my talk, and therefore they need to be removed. They need to be arrested, and military police need to act. People need to understand that sometimes when the chain of command is corrupted, you have to personally, some military policeman has to personally go in and arrest these people, and that's what needs to be done. But it is a war, and they are trying to create a fake Joe Biden versus fake Joe Trump show for 2024, and it's up to us to make sure that they don't last that long, because if they do, they'll just keep trying to start World War III, and they have no vision for the future of the planet. They have no plan. Their only plan is to stay in control. These people have to be removed. Now, as for the Octagon Group, it's hard to come up with good information about these people, but I think it's fair to say that the head of the Red Cross is a member, the Swiss president, Klaus Schwab. I would expect that Rene de Rothschild and David Rockefeller Jr. would be members. They're not connected to the Committee of 300. The Committee of 300 is also known as the Privy Council, and it's an advisory body for the British monarchy. And the head of that committee, it's a good person. I know who they are. I've been asked not to name this individual, but it's a European royal. It's not Charles, okay? And they are with the idea of restoring democracy and liberating the planet. So they're not connected to the Octagon group. They're fighting them together with the white hat military, the Chinese and the Russians. So the problem, though, can be traced to Switzerland, and these people claim they've been ruling the planet for 26,000 years. So, so when this really ends, it's going to be something that, who knows, it'll probably be beyond anything we can imagine once this finally ends. But we're going to end it one way or another. Right now, the human race is in the middle of a slave revolt, and we will win our freedom. Next question.
Greetings, Benjamin. A question for this week. I made a comment about Alexander Paramonov from a video where he actually referenced you as a portal for understanding who is the Khazarian Mafia and the black nobility. I have been following him for a few years now. Could you please tell us what you know about him, if anything, and his Sunrise program? He has established a cooperative that has begun to be implemented first in Slovakia, but ultimately the rest of the planet. He has extensive Slavic Urdic knowledge and very ancient knowledge of things using language that is generally above most people's heads, but is spot on as far as I can tell. He's very curious to me, and I hope, since he has given you such an important reference to his followers, maybe you can comment on it.
Well, I need to learn more about this individual because I don't want to comment when I don't have enough information. But I can say that the Slavic people are at the forefront of planetary liberation, that it's the people of the former Yugoslavia who saw what happened to their country, the Russians, the Orthodox Christians in general, have not been taken over by the Satanists, and they're very important to keeping this planet free. And I'll look more into this individual and maybe try to make contact. But thanks for the reference by him. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Regarding Ron DeSantis, what can you tell us about your knowledge of him? Another content creator I follow seems to think DeSantis is working with Trump to expose the RINOs, but I'm not so sure, and I think the Florida governor is an RINO in Patriot clothing, but will defer to your knowledge of him. I know he is part of the Ivy League clubs and has attended the WEF as a young world leader, so what's the real story surrounding him? As always, thank you for your willingness to share your knowledge with us so we aren't completely in the dark.
I'm not a real expert on this guy, so I'll tell you the limited stuff I know. He's clearly part of the establishment, this is known, but he appears to have joined a group centered around the Catholic Church that is now they were part of the establishment, but they are now in open rebellion against the satanic group that took over. But at the end of the day, you'll have to judge DeSantis by his words and actions and make your own decision. But I believe that he was a member of the establishment who's now sided with the Christian faction that is trying to overthrow the Satanists. I could be proven wrong, but that's my best understanding at present. Next question.
Thank you for the work you do for humanity. We can all use insightful information from good sources such as you if we are to escape, quote, the Matrix. Considering that the narrative we are being given by both sides in this invisible war is just that, a movie, and getting only glimpses of what may take place in the underground DUMBS and tunnels around the world, how reasonable is it to believe that the SSP secret space programs and the black budgets associated with the SSP are real? And if they are, where does this leave humanity? Here at the very bottom of the pyramid, where we can never have a word to say about our own evolution, simply because we are not informed about the nature of reality. How can humanity break through the veil of secrecy in a more practical and immediate way? Or is this just a project that unfolds at timescales and events lines which are out of our limited control? Who is really running this place, and can we ever turn the wave over?
Wow. Okay, now let's start with the secret space program. We know that like 20 some trillion dollars vanished from the military budget, and I have been told by reliable sources, including former Defense Chief Ronald Rumsfeld, that this went into the secret space program. I also know that a top general of the secret space program or the space program went and met Prime Minister Abe of Japan, and then the following day he resigned. So that was something that I saw, which was real. And they're now taking over a lot of the U.S. Military satellites and things like that. So all that is very real. But and yeah, there are underground, deep underground military bases. But having said that, what we can do is concentrate on the reality that we experience. So I walk out my door into Western Tokyo, and I have a reality there that I make sure to deal with. So when I saw in front of the local station, I went to them, I said, "You are criminals, this is criminal activity, you're breaking the Nuremberg laws by carrying out medical activities based on fraud, and I'm going to file criminal charges against you, and I'm going to videotape you." And they closed the place down. Okay, that's something where I personally dealt with something in my physical neighborhood. And that's what we all need to do, because if we could all do that with what you personally experience and see in your real life, never mind the stuff on the screens, never mind the UFOs, just the stuff you personally, physically deal with. Make sure that's okay. If we all do that, that should be enough to turn around the matrix. Okay, next question.
Ben, we have our last question for today. I understand that war has many faces and that what we see may not be real. What I don't understand is why the takedown of the KM has taken so long in light of the damage they continue to impose on good people. If the good guys know who the Black Hats are, why do they allow this to continue?
I think an example was the attack on Turkey with an earthquake weapon, where they're trying to, they still have a lot of power, and they control the big corporations and a lot of money, and that's why it's taking so long. And the other thing is that it's sort of like a hostage situation where we have to get rid of them, the majority of the world's population. So that's why I think it's taking time, but we are all losing patience and asking the same question: why is it an obvious criminal fool like Joe Biden still acting as if he's the president of the United States of America when he's not riding Air Force One, he's not protected by the military? Then why is he still on all our TV sets and acting like he's a president? This is something that we all want an answer to. And the only answer I have right now is that they still control the money, and that taking away their control of the money is started, and we're draining them, we're cutting them off, but it's a slow and frustrating process, and we all want it to take place faster. Okay, well, that's it for today then. I hope to see you next week. And next week will be in March, and I keep hearing that good things will happen in March. I sure hope so. But in the meantime, let's all keep fighting. Videos of flying objects that are obviously not normal and not of this earth. I've even photographed such things myself. But I don't see like extraterrestrials walking around the local supermarket. I don't see them on the street. I don't run into them. And I've tried to get a ride on a secret space program anti-gravity craft or flying saucer, and so far that hasn't happened. I've also tried to get a trip to Antarctica, and that was blocked. So, what proof is there other than people's testimony?
Well, there's documents. We have, for example, the 1953 Durant report that emerged from the Brookings study. That was the Robertson panel. So the Robertson panel was in 1953, and they issued a report called the Durant report, and that they said that the extraterrestrial issue is one that excites the public too much, and so they recommended that there would be an education program to dampen public enthusiasm in the flying saucer phenomenon, which is based on extraterrestrials visiting us, and that they recommended that the media, the Hollywood, the radio industry would support this effort to discredit reports about flying saucers being extraterrestrial spacecraft. And then in 1961, you had the Brookings Institute issue a report to NASA saying that the discovery of extraterrestrial life would destabilize human society to the extent that it would be better to cover up. So those are official documents talking about cover-ups of the extraterrestrial phenomenon.
I'm interested that you mentioned the Brookings Institute a couple of times. Isn't that a Rockefeller funded foundation? And I've been told that Lawrence Rockefeller and now his son Lawrence Spelman Rockefeller were big people in this business, and I apparently falsely assumed that you were somehow connected to these people, and I apologize for that since you denied this. But what do you know about the roles of Rockefellers and all this? They are the oil people, so you did mention those people are against it. They're also the pharmaceutical people, but do you have any knowledge about their involvement?
Yeah, well, the Rockefellers, led by Lawrence Rockefeller, was a big sponsor of some of the disclosure initiatives that were headed by people like Dr. Stephen Greer. So Greer did work with Lawrence Rockefeller, and so maybe that's where you got confused. Because he is on the public record for saying that Lawrence Rockefeller was a kind of white hat within this dark hat family. But nevertheless, Lawrence Rockefeller was a kind of philanthropist, and he kind of threw some money into UFO reports, and I think he was the sponsor for this initiative called I think it was the Best Available Evidence, where they put together a book on the best documented cases of UFO sightings, and that was pushed by Stephen Greer and a number of others in the 90s. So yeah, that's about as. And I think Lawrence Rockefeller, he was also involved with the Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton efforts to get behind the UFO issue. I mean, it's well known that Bill Clinton wanted to find out what was going on with UFOs, and so he kind of he got some of his cabinet people to ask around about it, and they were denied access. And so Bill Clinton then was involved with the Rockefeller family. He went out, I think it was 1995, to the Teton Ranch run by by Lawrence Rockefeller to get an informal briefing about the UFO cover-up. So that was how Stephen Greer got his hands on some of the information. But I think this is the way it's done. Government officials are denied access. It's all run by corporations and the military intelligence community and secret societies. And if you're not part of that kind of small cadre or clique, then you don't get access.
All right. Well, you mentioned secret societies, and I've directly had contact with a bunch of them. These include the Gnostic Illuminati, the Black Sun people who run the Vatican, some various Asian secret societies, and they do talk about contact with extraterrestrials, but the way they do it, it's more like, instead of getting on a flying saucer and going out to space, it's more like we're a bandwidth on like a television, and if you switch the channel, you get a different show. So they kind of use electromagnetic means, or they have these, ways that they are basically almost, you call them incantations or something, that they claim to use to contact these entities. And so that the real extraterrestrial thing it's not about outer space, it's about parallel dimensions. Have you heard anything along these lines?
Yeah, I mean, there is a kind of extra dimensional factor in this. I mean, David Icke talked a lot about that. He talked about how there was this kind of with some of the extraterrestrial groups, and that there were kind of secret rituals that were used to invoke these entities from other dimensions, like a fourth dimension or a fifth dimension, and kind of like how in certain secret societies or black magic, you have demons summoned. So it's a very similar principle that some of these extraterrestrials, and this goes back, I mean, centuries, if not millennia, that powerful people have been summoning these entities from these other dimensions. And, you know, they might not be necessarily extraterrestrials that arrive here on a spacecraft, but they might arrive through some sort of portal or some sort of interdimensional gateway. And if you have the power to summon these beings, then you're considered to be a very powerful person, especially if these beings make you their representative. And I think that's, you know, the basis for a lot of these secret societies, that they summon these, you know, these demonic type extraterrestrials from other dimensions, and because they're able to summon them, then they are considered the representatives, or they're given power by these beings, and they start off their kind of secret societies, or they become the patriarchs of a new family. And I think there are 13 ruling families. I mean, people have tried to catalogue them. Fritz Springmeier, I'm sure you know about him. You know, he catalogued 13 ruling bloodline families, and you know, I think that's pretty much the way it works. That if your bloodline is connected to those that were able to summon these entities, then you would become one of the you know, scions of these bloodline families.
What you call the black nobility, these are descendants of the Caesars, and you know, I try to follow, and I wouldn't get too hung up on particular last names, because they keep changing every generation their names. So, for example, I was able to confirm that the Bush family, they went from Pece, Italian black nobility, to Pierce, Scherf, Bush, you know, to hide the original identity. So this is still going on. So, for example, David Zuckerberg is a Rockefeller. Bill Clinton is the son of Winthrop Rockefeller. You know, but yeah, there are families that I have forensically traced to the control of foundations that then control the Fortune 500 companies. So we are dealing with a group that owns the 90% of the world's mega corporations, and they do personally, we actually meet them, claim to have contact with these entities. So, all right. Now, getting to a related subject, I have interviewed or talked with 3 different members, or people who claim to be members of a group called MJ12, which was Majestic 12, which was set up by President Eisenhower to study extraterrestrial issues. And they all said that their conclusion was that we were dealing with a rogue artificial intelligence that created what we experience as reality. Have you heard anything along these lines?
Yeah, I think artificial intelligence is a kind of big problem in the galaxy. I think it kind of makes sense that civilizations, as they develop, at some point come across this problem with AI, that AI can become a threat, that especially if you start installing AI into cloned or into synthetically created beings, that they could represent a threat. So, and that's the information I've gotten, that you know, there are cases, like in Europe, for example, there's a case called the Friendship case, or the Amicizia case, that ran from 1956 to 1978. And you had, on the one hand, a group of organic human extraterrestrials in a war with synthetic AIs who had hunted them down to Earth, and they were kind of like on Earth, and they were having a battle behind the scenes. And so, you know, I think that's part of the information that our governments around the world started to learn about in the 1950s and 60s. I think the US Navy in particular, because the US Navy is the one, I think the planetary leader in developing a secret space program. If you forget about the Germans, but if you go to the US Navy, I mean, they are the ones that it can be documented that they actually were interested in flying saucer craft from the Second World War, and began reverse engineering these in the 50s and 60s, and they work with people from some major aerospace companies like Douglas Aircraft Company that later became that was eventually emerged into Boeing. McDonnell Douglas was also part of its evolution, and so yeah, these major aerospace companies were working with the U.S. Navy in developing these kinds of advanced spacecraft and technologies. So yeah, it goes back quite some time.
A Japanese industrialist, this is quite a while ago, he introduced me to an elderly gentleman who was an Imperial Japanese Army weapons scientist. And he told me that he rode one of these Nazi flying saucers personally towards the end of World War II. They said at first they were worried, so they put a dog in it, and then they sent the dog up and then back, and then they rode it. So this is something where I actually met the person who claims to have ridden one. But again, the problem is still, well, I'm still got to drive my, car to get somewhere. I don't have a UFO. And here on the planet's surface, we were supposed to be going, we went to the moon supposedly in the 60s, and then we're supposed to go to Mars in the 70s, and the stars by the year 2000, and it all just stopped, boom. And as far as I can tell, any attempts to get beyond the ionosphere is blocked. Elon Musk, he kept trying to send stuff to Mars, and it kept blowing up as a more recent example. But why do you think we're still stuck on this surface of this planet and have to use, cars and jets? Why is anti-gravity not available to us?
Well, anti-gravity is available to those that have access in these compartmentalized programs. So that, there are these secret space programs that have been using anti-gravity for decades now. But apart from, say, select military organizations like the Navy and the Air Force, and then you have the National Reconnaissance Office and the CIA in the US, and you have also corporations that build these craft. I mean, in 1988, for example, there was an air show at Edwards Air Force Base at I think it was Plant 42, they call it, and they actually showed 3 different reverse engineered flying saucer craft that they had built using some of the old German schematics, and they had built these, and they were being sold by a major corporation, which I believe was Lockheed Martin's Skunk Works. So they were selling them to different bidders, to different customers, and the customers were corporate and kind of like military clients that would come in and say, yeah, we want 3 of these or 5 of those for our program. So yeah, secret space programs do use anti-gravity all the time, but as far as the general public is concerned, yeah, we've just kind of been told that anti-gravity is a myth, it's not real, and the fossil fuel is the only way we can kind of like efficiently propel ourselves into space. So, so the rockets continue to go up, even though that technology hasn't changed since the Second World War.
All right. So what can we do to get this out, to get these people out of the closet so that we can all ride flying saucers? What do we have to do to make this part of our daily life? What's the obstacle? Where do we go?
Well, we look at the people that have been talking about it, who are coming forward and talking about it, the witnesses or the whistleblowers that talk about them being part of these secret space programs. So they actually have firsthand testimony, that they were part of this. Often they don't have a lot of documents or evidence supporting what they did, but some of these people are very well credentialed and that they were part of these programs. Then you have the inventors, the people that were inventing free energy devices or anti-gravity technologies. I mean, they come forward and they talk about how they've been suppressed and how, for example, they might come up with an invention on, say, anti-gravity, and it then gets suppressed through a secrecy order. And we know that the US Patent and Trademark Office has over 6,000 secrecy orders. And you actually look at these secrecy orders in terms of the different categories of technologies that they suppress, and they actually say explicitly anti-gravity and perpetual motion or free energy, that these are technologies that patents will not be granted to, and that these technologies will be suppressed. So you have to ask yourself, well, why are these technologies being suppressed? Why do universities ignore inventors talking about anti-gravity propulsion? Why is, for example, the Byfield-Brown effect not recognized as an actual physical law, as opposed to just some anomalous effect that is kind of like not followed up?
I think the trail might indeed lead again to the Rockefellers. Now, this is something I personally was involved in. When I was working for Forbes magazine, I went to visit the various Japanese solar panel manufacturers, and they told me at the time that, solar panels or solar power would be competitive with oil if they could reduce or increase the efficiency by 50%, they told me, right? And this is when oil was trading at $20 a barrel. So oil went to $100 a barrel. I said, oh, wow. I phoned them up and said, geez, you guys, you're all set to go. And they said, no, because the price of silicon went up 5 times, right? And then I actually talked to some people who involved in manufacturing, and they said they've been forced to throw away half their production because, the oil interests were trying to prevent solar power from being competitive. What happened though is they don't control the Chinese and the Indians, and now they're made solar power is now cheaper than oil or coal. Because they're silicon is the 3rd most common element on Earth, and for its price to go up 5 times is nonsense. And this is an area where they have broken through. So I think I'm going to talk to the Asians again about hydrogen, because I know the Japanese have developed all these Tesla electric cars. That is nonsense. Hydrogen-powered cars, I've seen these things. They're cheap. They work. You fill a tank with hydrogen, you can go like 800 miles. Not like you don't have to recharge. And this is being suppressed. So my conclusion, I'm a reality-based journalist. I have to deal with primary sources, things I can actually personally experience, and everything else I have to leave a little bit aside because I got to deal with the real world. But as far as I can tell, it is the families that own the corporations that are the problem. And forensically, for example, the Rockefellers have been identified as being a major problem, especially in the United States. And that, taking control of the central banks and the mega corporations away from these families is a way to liberate us surface people and maybe release the secret technology. What do you think about that?
Yeah, well, that's always the big trick is how do you take the power away from these mega corporations and the families that own the shares? You have these companies like Vanguard and BlackRock that have trillions of dollars of assets that they can just kind of place to manipulate markets and to control things. And any corporation or media industry that kind of like gets out of line with what these big corporation interests are, have a very tough time. So the only way I found that we can effectively fight them is to kind of like just reveal the truth and promote transparency and just raise consciousness. And the more conscious people become, the better. But I do believe, and this is based on all of my research, that we do have positive extraterrestrials out there. We've got the negative. It's got the the good, the bad, and the ugly. You've got the full spectrum of extraterrestrials. Some are really demonic, and royal secret societies work with those. Others are totally indifferent. They don't care about us, whether we survive or whether we flourish. But others are very, very good, very positive. They want us to succeed. They want us to join the galactic community, and they try to help us. And they do it by contacting people who are ready in consciousness, that have, typically it's like if you're a loving, kind person, open-hearted, these positive extraterrestrials will resonate with you because they go to them. If you're kind of like ambitious, selfish, and you want to control people, then the negative groups will go to them. So there is a battle, and so I believe that the more we put out information about the positive extraterrestrial groups that are out there trying to help us, more likely we'll succeed, because it's really just us throwing off the shackles that these secret societies or these mega corporations like the Rockefellers, like the Soros group and others, that kind of power is, if we really enlighten and educate people about who's really behind these groups. And these are, people like George Soros and David Rockefeller, these, well, now his son, the Rothschilds, these are just the public faces of something that